the joy of competing, the joy of winning. Now that really goes over the top, but then just the joy for each other. They don't get lost in, I have to win. They get excited for their friends when they win. And so we used to work that every year right after basketball season in the spring. And heck, they're probably still doing it. But it was a big event there in Maryville, Tennessee. And I love doing that. Love seeing those kids and see the joy they got out of it. And then now Gary Blair's event, I'm actually in Texas right now because I'm headed that way. I've been doing it for several years, and they have a big dinner and auction and all the night before, and then the tournament. They have actually, they double tee it, and they have a morning round and an afternoon round. So it's amazing how that community at College Station has supported it. And there again, part of it's because it's Gary Blair, and part of it's because it's such a great cause. And I think you're the same, Debbie. Everybody has so much respect for you, and for you to shoot for 24 hours straight. I mean, heck, that right there just shows your passion and love for this cause and for Frankie. And so just to be a small part of it is something we look forward to and are excited about doing every year.
The one thing I've always respected about you, Wes, is that you never forget where you came from. And you have clearly made a path for not just you and Linda, but for the many blessings that you're able to share with other people. And that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I don't have to do this. I get to do this, and I can do a little bit more. And we learned from Coach Al, both of us, that, if you could just give a little bit more, what more could you do? And, the 2-a-day trainings that I'm in right now is part of the reason why I'm not able to go to Gary's event, because I need to get ahead in my training next year so that I can go to this event, because every year Gary invites me. And in the last 4 years, my reason has been, I'm in 2-a-days, I've got to get ready for this marathon, I can't have a day, that I can't get a workout in. So I'm gonna have to plan that in advance next year. And then maybe you and I can team up and win some of Gary Blair's money out there playing golf in Texas.
You better be really good if we're going to win money. That's all I got to say. Riding your coattails.
Listen, Wes, I appreciate so much, because I don't forget where I came from either. And NC State obviously has given me so much, and I am so grateful to be able to share this time with you on this important cause. I have learned so much about the game from you. I have had incredible access through your program to be able to study and learn, and just being in practice or being in film session, or all the things that you include me in are really important factors for helping us all grow the game, which we're all trying to do. And it's not about the free throws here. It's about the platform and the story, even though I am trying to shoot it at a very high level, because I think it makes the story better when you're old and you're working out like this to get ready. And I'm in the driveway with my Dr. Dish, and my neighbors think that I'm nuts, but it's definitely going to be worth it in the end.
We use Dr. Dishes as well, Debbie. So that's the key to great shooting, right?
Dr. Dish is the key to great shooting. Repetition, repetition. All those workouts out there. Wes, can you imagine if you and I, when we were kids, if we had a Dr. Dish, or if we had a shooting coach, a massage therapist, a nutritionist, all the other things that these kids have today? I mean, could you just think about it? I'd
probably still be playing in the league, Debbie.
You probably would be playing in the league, Wes. Me too. I'd still be playing also. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you to you and Linda for your incredible support of this event. And thank you for taking time on our live stream to help us raise some more money, because every hour, the amount of money goes up. And we're counting on the Westmore Power Hour coming up, that we're going to get some people to donate some money, because they're NC State fans and they're fans of our cause. And as you know, I'm just ask everyone to give me a penny for every free throw I make. That's just $24. I think everyone can do that.
Yes, at least. You're worth more than that. Let's step up, everybody.
Thank you, Wes.
Thanks, Debbie.
the dish. We're ready to go, Dr. Dish. Okay? Patrick, you got me? Here we go. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 10. 10. 11. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 20. Okay. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 48. How many is that? 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. Oh, it's off. Oh, 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 82. 83. 83. How many is that? 84. 85. 86. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 98. Hope that wasn't a money ball. 99. Okay. All right. How many? How many did I miss? Oh, it was a money ball. 90? It's per hour. Okay. All right. Okay, so, yeah. All right, next up is the hip hop squad, the Mount Pleasant hip hop squad. Here we go, right here, ladies and gentlemen, whoever's in the hip hop squad. You guys face. And Grant, you in the hip hop squad? Turn around. Oh. All right, awesome. Here we go, the Mount Pleasant hip hop squad. Okay, ready? They're fine.
Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Don't pop like trouble, breaking into your heart like that. Cool shake, stunner, yeah, owe it up to my mother. Hot like summer, yeah, making you sweat like that. Break it down. Oh, when I look in the mirror, I'm not too hard to do. I got the superstar glow up. Do the boogie. It's a side when I love to my beat. I love rock with me, baby. Know that I got that heat. Let me show you 'cause I can see. Side step right left to my beat. Can't let it roll. Smooth like butter. Pour you in like no other. Don't need no pressure to remind me you got it bad. Ain't no other that can sweep you up like a rubber. Straight up, I gotcha. Making you fall like that. Break it down. Oh, when I look in the mirror, I'm not too hard to do. I got the superstar glow, so to the boogie. Side step right left to my beat. I like how you rock with me, baby. I know that I got that heat. Let me show you 'cause I can see. A side step right left to my beat. Get it, let it roll.
We're gonna do the check.
Buy us some time on the Coach K video because it's not firing off. He's going to re-encode it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frankie.
Come up.
Yo, come on, let's go. Put your right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. Now jump. Put your right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. Now jump. Just roll to the front. Roll to the front. Roll to the front. Roll to the front. Now roll to the back. Roll to the back. Roll to the back. Roll to the back. Put your right hand out. Your left hand out. Stop the right hand. Now let's begin with the pancake. Do the pancake. Do the pancake. Do the pancake. Now do the rollerblade. Do the rollerblade. Do the rollerblade. Do the rollerblade. Let me see you snake with it. Just snake with it. Just snake with it. Just snake with it. Make your leg shake with it. Make them shake with it. Make them shake with it. Make them shake with it. Now just wave with it. Come on, just wave with it. Come on, wave with it. Come on, wave. Let's go. Put your right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms doing real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. Come on. Put your right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms doing real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. One more time. Just roll to the front. Roll to the front. Roll to the front. Roll to the front. Now roll to the back. Roll to the back. Roll to the back. Roll to the back. Put your right hand out. Your left hand out. Put the right hand. Now we'll begin with the pancake. Do the pancake. Do the pancake. Do the pancake. Now let me roll the blade. Do the rollerblade. Do the rollerblade. Do the rollerblade. Now just snake with it. Just snake with it. Just snake with it. Just snake with it. Let your legs shake with it. Let them shake with it. Let them shake with it. Let them shake with it. Now just wave. Come on, wave. Come on, wave. Come on, wave. Let's go. Right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms doing real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. Come on. Put your right leg to the side. Now jump. Put your left leg to the side. Now jump. Put your arms doing real tight. Now jump. Put your arms up real high. The sound of next production coming up.
Hey, all right. Okay. If everyone would just gather behind me facing the camera, okay? This is how we do live TV in the driveway. Everyone behind and get ready right here. Jim? Parents too, everyone can get involved. Get behind.
Mark?
Where's Mark? Mark! Frankie.
Dad.
Okay.
Come here.
Tom. Okay. Mark, come right up here next to Frankie, okay? Everyone can see themselves in the TV, right? Yep. That means you can see yourself on camera. Can you see? Come right over here, Kylie. Come on, Trista. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Boone Hall. They have a special presentation. Jim, I'm going to let you and Tom take it from here.
Well, in honor of Mark Vito, our great teammate at Boone Hall, and all the Special Olympics and for the motivation that you give to us, Boone Hall would like to donate $10,000 in honor of Mark.
Mark! Yeah, Mark! Woo! Sweet! Oh, man.
We thank Mark for the inspiration he gives to us every day. He works really hard, very happy. Happy to have him as our teammate, and Special Olympics of South Carolina is our teammate as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you
so much. Thank you. Mark. Thank you. Mark, what would you like to say? Would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, nice surprise, right?
Yep.
This will help inspire you when you go to Orlando, I hope.
I hear
Right?
you. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
On behalf of Boone Hall and Special Olympics, we accept this check. Thank you. That takes our total to over $116,000. That's absolutely amazing. So if everyone would sort of just part right here and make sure the camera can see the thermometer, Mark's going to go over and raise us up on the thermometer and color it in for us. over just a little. Move over a little. There we go. He's got it. Look at that. That's what we want to see, that red number go up.
USA! USA! USA!
Ready for Coach K? I'll go get you. Go ask.
USA! USA!
Good job, Mark!
Mark will be one of the athletes from the South Carolina delegation that will be competing in powerlifting, and we're really proud of him and all the athletes that are here to celebrate with us and to thank Boone Hall for their incredibly generous donation to Special Olympics. It really means a lot, and it will go a long ways, as you guys know, so thank you so much. Okay, now the next interview we have needs absolutely no introduction because everyone here should know who the greatest coach of all time in any sport, anywhere is. Coach K from Duke. Coach Krzyzewski, thank you.
It's an incredible compliment to get one of the all-time greats, if not the greatest in the history of sport on 24 hours of nothing but net. Coach Krzyzewski, you don't even need an introduction. I am so grateful for your time and thank you for lending some of it to help us with Special Olympics.
Well, thank you. I mean, what an amazing idea. It's been such a good success so far. Hopefully, you know, it exceeds even your high expectations this year. And look, there's one of the great things, the Special Olympics. And, you know, when you get all people cooperating and working with these special young men and women, you know, it warms your heart. And I know it makes you emotional. I'll bet in those 24 hours I predict 5 cries at least. 5 at least.
Oh, there's definitely some tears, and they're all happy tears. As you know, Coach, you've been so gracious to follow our story a little bit about my son, Frankie, and
Right.
you've invited us to campus. And we had an incredible memory with you back in October of 2018. And this year, during your retirement, some of us were able to share our reflection about a story or a moment with you. And I was so excited that ESPN chose to tell our story about you and your relationship with Frankie and how it has continued even after the Clemson game this year. You were so kind enough to spend some time with him.
Not kind. I mean, are you kidding? That was a great moment for me. You know, also, you know, Frankie, his smile, his face isn't big enough for a smile. You know, I don't know how he fits that smile on his face, and he's so happy and full of energy. And you know, his graduation is just an amazing thing. I want to really give a shout out to Clemson for having a program that is so darn good for these youngsters, and to see their potential developed to a level that never would have been developed if they didn't have that program. And I love that, and I respect the heck out of Clemson for doing that.
Oh, President Clements, as you know, is an incredible leader in that space. Clemson is definitely the best program in the world for students with intellectual disability to be able to have that full-time college experience. And Coach, we were chatting before about graduation for Frankie. You know, at graduation on Thursday morning, the first session of graduation, there were over 900 students graduating in that block, and every student was quiet so everyone could hear the names of each graduate being called out. But when it came time for the Clemson Life students, you couldn't hear any of their names, and the cheers and the applause and the pride and the appreciation and the standing ovation that they got after they crossed the stage is something that we'll never forget, for sure.
Yeah, I got chills. Just I wish I could have been there in person to experience that. And you know, when you do such a great job in promoting and really telling the story of our game, game after game. And you get those moments, right, where, the whole crowd is going nuts and whatever. And but when those moments happen outside of sport, the spontaneity, the appreciation for everyone who is there, that they feel honored to be there. And it doesn't have to be they share that moment with these incredible youngsters. I love it. I love it.
Well, Coach, on another level, sport's been a part of your life. You've been in sport, I'm sure, since you were a little boy growing up in Chicago. I can't imagine not being without sport myself. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to give people that need a little bit more extra time to train, time to compete, a way to organize. And Special Olympics is such a great landing spot for families like mine, that we have indulged in sport in so many different ways with our three boys, especially with Frankie and what it means. When you take a step back, because you have coached the elite of the elite, you have been around the best of the very best, and you look at what Special Olympics does for this population of people, where do you see the connections?
Well, there's an amazing connection in that, you can coach, like I've had the honor of coaching the United States national team for 11 years. Well, the moment that Kobe Bryant has, or LeBron James, it's a global moment, being on the collegiate stage. And if you're fortunate enough to win a national championship or make a Final Four or win a conference championship, you're in that moment as a coach. You're in that moment with that person. The moment with these youngsters, when you work with them and they do their thing, is every bit as big as any of those moments. And to me, it's about that, and the joy, the feeling of that youngster has when they race, when they throw, when they compete, is just as big as winning a gold medal. In fact, I think it's bigger. And for the people who are involved, they do not need TV. They do not need somebody broadcasting the game. They do not need an article written about it. The purity, it is so pure. And so everyone who's associated with it's a high. It's terrific. And it's not about winning the race or winning the thing. It's about completing it. Everybody in Special Olympics is a medal winner, is a gold medal winner, because of them competing. And the joy of finishing that race or finishing whatever activity it is, you can see it on their faces, their body language. And then, you know what? You get a chance to share it if you've worked with that youngster or you're the parent of that youngster. It's so the moments are the same. There's not, in fact, I think it's much more of a genuine moment, because no one's getting paid or anything like that. And no one's trying for a contract or anything. It's that, Deb, it's pure. It's Special Olympics is exquisite because of its purity, and everyone's on the same team. No one's trying to get their own. It's a shared moment with so many people, a joyous moment.
Coach, does the cry count start now, or does it start tomorrow at noon?
Now you can practice.
I've had plenty of practice over the last couple of days.
Yeah, you can practice.
Coach, how's it going? Like,
Great.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. For me, this was a decision that was, look, I'm 75 years old. I've been the luckiest guy on the planet. I coached at West Point and Duke for almost 5 decades. Are you kidding me? and in 11 years with the U.S. team, and we've won a lot. We've had amazing moments in victory. We've had amazing moments in defeat, and but I've been very fortunate to be on the biggest stage with the best people, and to compete, and no one's been any luckier than me. And but I'm now into a new phase, and trying to figure that out a little bit, but it's all good, you know. And we have a puppy now,
Right.
and so wow, he's 11 weeks old, and Coach is his name. I didn't name him. My team and my family named him, and we tried to think of a different name, and so I might as well stick
Good
with
name.
Coach. And however, now that I'm no longer called Coach, someone in our house is still called Coach. So
Oh, I have a feeling you're still going to be coach. I don't see that going away. That is certainly an earned and deserved from the roots of a teacher at the very beginning
thank you.
of your career. Coach, I have to tell you, this season was so unique and special for me also because I did get to cover your final 3 games in Cameron. And for someone like me who has dedicated my career to the game and grew up on Tobacco Road, to get a chance to experience those things inside Cameron, watching your teams and, your wonderful staff and your players, how hard they were. It was just the favorite part for me, though, was going to shoot around and practice. That's the best part. For me, that was the best part. So we could really listen to you and watch you.
I think I'll miss more than games practice, because that's where you teach, you see your team and individuals grow. Yeah, you see them achieve and then fail. I think I've loved that more than anything in my career, that interaction with a player and a team in your own private setting, that those moments, they're not, you don't do a record on them, but they're all wins.
Right.
They're all wins.
Well, Coach, thank you
welcome.
for lending your time, your support, all your kind words about Frankie. And he is a superstar, and he knows it. And he's not afraid to tell you. He'll also
I
tell you
know.
he's pretty handsome.
Yeah, you know what? He believes in himself, and I love that. You can see it in all of his actions, and he's not hesitant. And when a person meets you with a smile and enthusiasm, they make you better. Frankie makes people better, just by being him, by being him. I have enjoyed immensely my friendship with him.
Coach, thanks.
You're welcome. And look, thank you for what you're doing, and try to hit a few shots. All right. Like,
Coach, you know what? You would really love the free throw burpee routine that I have. Yes. So, the bar that you put in your door frame to do pull-ups on, I put that in the driveway. And yesterday I did 2 sets of 100. So I'm free throw burpee. I did 2 sets of 100. If I miss the free throw, I still do the burpee. And I shot over 90% doing that yesterday twice. So I hope my fitness is where it needs to be. That's the hardest part. It's not the muscle memory or the self-correct. It's the overall, and for me, I'm not 75, but I do get AARP mail. So
the thing is, remember, your next shot is your first shot.
Okay, I'm going to remember that.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember.
And amnesia for especially really good shooters. Don't berate yourself if you do miss. All right.
Well, it at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when it's me and the crickets.
Those crickets will boo like crazy. They'll get on you. They know all kind of names to call you. They'll wave whatever they don't have on. Well, whatever they have, they'll make some weird noises right as you're about to right as you're about to shoot.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Coach. This
right.
is great. I wish you well. I hope I'll see you. I don't know when I'll get to see you again. I hope it's soon.
All right. Thank you. And again, thanks and best wishes for all the youngsters with Special Olympics. God bless. What a great day. What a great day.
Friends for how long, Zach? How long?
Long time.
A long time, yes. So Zach is a Special Olympic athlete that we have played together, we've competed together, we've had a good time, right?
And enjoy it.
And you enjoyed it, yes, I enjoy it too.
Yeah.
All right, here's what we're going to do next.
Right.
We have a really famous actor coming up next on the live stream. His name is Drew Starkey. Anybody here watch Netflix and the Outer Banks? Because if you watch Netflix in the Outer Banks, then you're going to know who Rafe Cameron is. This is the character that my buddy Drew Starkey plays on the Outer Banks. He is an absolutely incredible guy. He is a 180 from that character. I can tell you, he is just an incredible guy. His dad and I have been friends for years. His dad's a basketball coach at Kent State. His name is Todd. Drew Starkey coming up next.
Man, this is a thrill for me. Drew Starkey is the son of a good friend of mine, Todd Starkey, the head basketball coach at Kent State. How about that for an introduction, Drew? Drew,
Watching him right here. There he is.
hey, there he is. He's probably watching film as we're speaking. Hey, Drew, listen, this is so cool of you to do this with us. Actually, I should give you the proper introduction that You are an actor and you are a star of many things, but right now in Charleston filming The Outer Banks. And so your character is Rafe. All right. So a lot of people tuning in here on our live stream know all about The Outer Banks. Kind of tell us what's going on right now.
Yeah, so we this is season 3 of the show that I'm on called Outer Banks. We film here in Charleston, South Carolina. So we've been here since off and on since 2019, and it's been an incredible experience. People have connected with the show in a lot of ways, and we've gotten a great opportunity to kind of come back and keep working on it. So yeah, we just started. We're about 2 months in, and yeah, we're gonna be shooting through the summer. So it's been an absolute blessing being on the show. It's been incredible.
Well, it's incredible to know that we get to get your star power here with our fundraiser for Special Olympics. And you're wearing the shirt, man. It looks good.
I had to rep it. Yeah, you gave me the shirt. We had breakfast this morning, and you gave me some shirts, and it fits so well. I just had to put it on. I love it.
I'm so glad. I mean,
But Ned, that's what you'll be doing, I'm sure, when you're hitting those free throws.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be trying to do that. Okay, let's break down your basketball career because I know you're a hoops junkie. All right. Okay, tell us a little bit about how much you love the game and why.
The basketball was, I mean, I tell people, I mean, when I'm a coach's kid. I survived. I came out and I'm in one piece. But I think from as early as I can remember, me and my siblings have loved the game, and it was never really forced upon us. I think we all developed a love for basketball and a lot of athletics, individually. And that's all for most of my life. That's all I thought about. That's all I cared about. Early on, I think that was my first means of expressing myself, my first means of connecting with a group of people. The sport is so special to me, and I'm still a huge fan. I follow it today, but in many ways, there hasn't been much of a difference in terms of what I do with, as a career now and acting. It's the same. It's a lot of the same stuff. You're working with a group of people, and you have your leaders, and you're all working towards a goal, and you're only as strong as your weakest link. So a lot of the lessons I learned through playing basketball. I mean, every 10-year-old's dream is to make it to the NBA, and I think that's all I wanted to do when I was a kid. But I realized much later that what the game gave me was a certain outlook on life and a certain outlook on my coworkers and my friends and how I treat the people around me, and it's given me so much. It's continuing to give me a lot. So very much a basketball family. It was a big part of our lives. It still is.
Yeah, I know you tune in when you can, when you're not, your schedule's not full, and get a chance to watch Kent State and your dad's team play.
Right.
We're at breakfast this morning. We were talking about Duke, Carolina, a lot of things. I mean, you're up on the game, man. You're studying. You are paying attention. We got into some stories about you as a camper at Duke. Why don't you tell us one of your best stories around Coach K's basketball camps?
Oh, it's the highlight of my basketball career. That was the tip of the iceberg. I don't think it got better from there. I was probably, I must have been 10 or 11. And, Dad used to coach basketball. How many years did you coach at camp? Yeah.
15 summers.
15 summers. And we would try to go as much as possible. And there was a game of knockouts for the campers to decide who was going to be running drills, your daily drills in Cameron Indoor Stadium, and then who was going to be running drills at the Blacktop.
Which is really hot in the middle of July in Durham.
Which is, excruciating. I mean, it's the worst. It'll make you a better player, but it's just terrible. But so we had 2 groups left, and the whole camp is there sitting in Cameron in the morning. And they're like, we're going to choose 2 groups, and we'll pick 1 player from each group to play a game of knockout to decide who's going to be, the winner does drills in Cameron, loser does drills out of the Blacktop. So I think they chose one of the older groups, a group of high schoolers, some great some great college prospect players were in that group. And then they chose my age group, which is about, 10 to 13. And one coach saw me kind of slump down, like, please don't pick me, please don't pick me. And he's like, Starkey, get up here, let's go. So I go up, and then the player who's in the older, age group, the high school age group, I think he'd won the knockout contest at camp like the day before. I was like, oh man, okay, I'm just gonna try to survive here. So we're in front of the entire camp, and I was like, all right, you go first. Age before beauty. And we line up. The gym is dead quiet. He shoots his first shot. It banks off the back of the rim, and he goes to run for the ball, and I just throw it up and sunk it. And it was like I won. It felt like I won. Felt like I won the NBA Finals. I mean, it was like the whole camp came running up to me, hoisted me up. I'm 11 years old. Everybody's screaming my name, chanting. So we got to do drills in Cameron that day, and I was a
That is cool. That is cool.
celebrity for a day. So it was a great experience.
Nothing but the bottom of the net, man. That's all I'm thinking about
It was all downhill from there. It was really all downhill from there for sure.
Okay, so somebody like me, I mean, I'm on TV, you're on TV, but we do two totally opposite things, right? I mean, I'm doing live sport, unscripted, whatever comes out of my mouth, hopefully is the right thing. And then you're just doing something totally different, and your star power is incredible, man. I mean, it's just unbelievable, right? I mean, it's so cool, like where you've come from, because I know your dad, so I know you grew up, I know where your foundation is. And then to see you stay so grounded around your celebrity.
Well, I mean, I think it's easy to, when you work with really great people, the group of people that we get to work with on the show, they're incredible. And a lot of people from North Carolina and South Carolina, from the area where we film. So I think everybody's just grateful to have a job and to be working and to be doing what we love. And we all keep each other really humble. He keeps me the most humble too. He doesn't make me forget. But yeah, it's amazing. It's very much a marathon. We're working, each season takes about 6 months to shoot. So, it's very much like the season, it's like a season of, really any sports team, you have a preseason and prep, and you gotta stick through, and you gotta stay consistent. So everybody's just focused on the work, and there's a lot of distractions obviously, but we're really just focused on telling a good story and staying friends. Everybody's enjoying it. We're all having a blast.
Okay, so your character is almost 180 to 360, 180 degrees different from who you are as a person, right? How's that go?
Yeah, those are the fun. I don't want to play myself on screen. That's a boring. I get bored of myself in everyday life. So it's nice to kind of step out of myself every now and then, and play something completely opposite. I think about I saw an interview with Kobe Bryant not too long ago about like the mentality that he had, and he was
the Mamba mentality.
The Mamba mentality, but that playoff mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you almost have to play a character. You almost have to go in and pretend that you're someone else. I think he listened to the Michael Myers soundtrack before he would go out for games, to take on the role of the villain, which is kind of my role in the show, which is nice, but it's an addictive feeling, it's once you tap into that and you get in a certain mindset and you can focus on, one thing for the day, every shooting day is like a game, and it's like I get to focus, for those couple of hours, and then I'm out. I get to be myself again. But it's a blast. I like playing people that are much different from me. And Rafe Cameron is, probably as opposite as he can be from me, for sure.
Well, I know fans of the show know exactly what you're talking about, and then they're going to get a chance to see you here in this situation and know what an incredible giving heart and spirit you have. I mean, we became fast friends because of your dad, and it's so cool because I've known your dad for so long. And, you know, 24 hours of nothing but net, like you didn't even hesitate. Like you love the game, and you know what Special Olympics has meant to our family with my son, Frankie. And now to see that you're, you know, willing and able and want to, not because you have to, get involved in helping support our event, which is really amazing.
Of course. I mean, I know what the game of basketball, I mean, athletics in general, I know what that gave me as a kid. It gave me a lot of confidence. You know, sitting there conquering your fears every day, little fears, kind of step by step, was a huge thing, especially when you're younger. So, you know, as an opportunity to obviously give back and get involved is, you know, of course, there's no hesitation at all. He did bribe me a lot, though. He did.
He did. He's a good man. He's a good man. Hey, listen here, Rafe, which, you know, I'm so grateful for your time, really, Drew. I mean, I think it's so cool that we could get connected like this. And this, once again, the world of sports unites everyone in some way or form. And, you know, we're so grateful that you would support 24 Hours and Frankie. Thank you for your time. In a busy schedule here in Charleston, South Carolina, a great supporter of Special Olympics in the Low Country, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. No, grateful for you, Debbie. Thank you for even, you know, considering bringing me in. It means a lot to me, really.
I can't decide if I'm going to see you next on the court or on the golf course, but I'm going to see you again soon.
I think I think you'll have a better chance of both. That's for sure. I think you'll whip me at both.
Oh no, I'm going to hook you up at both so we can go play. That's what I want.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we'll do it. And I can't thank you enough, really, Drew. Thank you so much for helping us.
Thank you, Debbie, of course.
Windows down on my favorite street, sunset in the rear view, got nowhere to be. For a moment we feel like we're kings and queens, and nothing but a t-shirt and ripped up jeans. We are free, can you feel it too? It's nights like these that only prove, and this is when the moments turn to memories, and this is when the future gets so clear to see, and this is when tonight becomes a masterpiece, and this is when the moments turn to memories, memories. Deep breath in and I come alive. It's a feeling I remember for the rest of my life. So I sit back and watch the sun paint us gold. For a moment we feel like we rule the world. We are free. Can you feel it too? It's nights like these that only prove, and this is when the moments turn to memories, and this is when the future gets so clear to see, and this is when tonight becomes a masterpiece, and this is when the moments This is when the future gets so clear to see.
That inspiring video, because every year that gets me going, gets me fired up and ready to shoot another 100. William, you are so creative and so classy. I'm so glad that you're a part of our team. So thank you to the guys that are in the truck. I don't know if we can scan the camera over here to take a look at the studio real quick. Yes, pan out to the studio. Okay, so inside that mobile studio are a bunch of guys sitting in the air conditioning eating pizza right now. And I love them because they are on task, on time, and we have quite a team. You'll get a chance to meet them later if they ever decide to come out of the air conditioning. We are this close to $118,000. Every hour the number goes up. 118,000. If you're out there listening, 24 hours, nbn.com, and you can help change the life of a Special Olympic athlete. Okay, let's get 100 in, right? Here we go. Somebody's got me over there? Oh, that hurt. One. One. Two. Three. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. Ah, it's off. Oh, 17. I'll take it. 18. 19. 20. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. That's off. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, all right. Yep. Okay. Quinn, come on out here. Some people come out here. Come out here. We have a really special check presentation to make. Mel and Lisa, you want to be in? Come on. Okay. All right. Then I'll have to take Quinn by myself.
You take Quinn by yourself.
Okay. All right. So 24 Hours of Nothing But Net has the ability to influence and impact everyone through sport, not just the students or the people that have intellectual or physical disability. It can impact everyone. There's a program in Special Olympics called Unified Sports. It's something that if you're not aware of, you should check it out in your local community because it's something that really combines athletes, talents with Special Olympic athletes. And it's really a fun thing to do. If you know the Antonelli family, you know Mel O'Keefe is our incredible trainer. We don't have time right now for me to tell you the story about how we found Mel and what impact Mel has had on Frankie and our family. He's helped me in so many ways get ready for this event. He's just an incredible guy with an incredible family. This is his son, Quinn. Quinn, tell everybody about your business.
Hi, my name is Quinn. I've been
saving up some money from my proceeds. I save 10% of what I earn, and I fix and repair bikes. I also restore them and sell them.
And 10% of your proceeds, you want to do what with?
I'm going to donate them to Special Olympics through your fundraiser, Nothing But Net.
So if you were listening earlier, Coach K gave me 5 times that he thought I was going to cry, and this is going to be one of the moments, because here's a young man who's 16 years old that cares a lot about his community, and he wants to be involved and he wants to make a difference. Obviously, your mom and dad are fantastic in helping you understand that people of all abilities can do incredible things. So why don't you, I will accept this check on behalf of Special Olympics if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Look what Quinn is donating to Special Olympics, $1,290. How does it make you feel, Quinn, to know that you're going to impact so many people?
It makes me feel great.
It should make you feel good. What are your parents going to do for you for your incredible service to our community?
Feed me.
Feed you? You deserve something, that's for sure. Well, you're remarkable, and I can't thank you enough for doing this. And Special Olympics is better because of people like you.
Thank you.
All right, Quinn O'Keefe, young man who made a significant difference in his own community. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you. I'm going to let you hang on to that for a second. Okay, so with Quinn's donation, that takes us almost to 120, I believe. We're just a little south of $120,000 thanks to Quinn. He might have put us over a mark here that, because every hour the amount of money goes up. So I know Mel and Lisa, his parents, are so proud of him for everything he's done, and we consider the O'Keefes to be part of our family as well, so we're so grateful for that. All right, so next, one of my dear colleagues at ESPN, he's not a basketball guy. He might claim to be one, but I think he's an offensive lineman. His name is Eric MacLean. He works for the ACC Network and ESPN. He's an incredible football analyst. He works in the studio and he calls games, and he gave us some of his valuable time.
Wow, I mean, you talk about celebrities. We haven't had a football player on here yet, except for Andy Lee, who is a punter for the Arizona Cardinals, right?
That doesn't really count. Oh, professional. Okay, excuse me. Professional counts. It counts.
Punter. He's a punter. Eric MacLean from the ACC Network, a colleague of mine at ESPN, and just a generally good guy who I happened to meet at Clemson Life graduation. Eric was the keynote speaker, and he did a phenomenal job sharing the message of Clemson Life. Break it down for us a little bit, Eric. How'd it go?
Man, it was a lot of fun. I can't tell you how humbled, how honored I was just to be a part of that. And you know, Clemson Life, as it is to you, for much deeper and different reasons, but for me has been such an important, such a special part, you know, of my journey. And you know, I remember early on when I got to Clemson, just seeing that program and how it's changed and how it's developed and gotten so much better. Just brings my heart a lot of joy. But to be the model program, you know, to me throughout the world, and what Clemson Life provides, the schooling, the opportunity, it's been so much fun. So just tried to share a little bit of that story, a little bit of that curriculum, as I know all those parents and guests already knew that. And then just really trying to encourage those young men and women in the fact that, you know, it was scary to get to this point, but it's going to be even scarier now. You're getting out of that awesome bubble that is of Clemson, but you have all the tools, you have all the resources, and cannot wait to see what they do in the real world, as we say, because the future is so much brighter with them in it.
Yeah, and you're so right. And your message was so spot on. I mean, everyone was talking about after the fact. I mean, have you seen a more spirited graduation with 12 people that walk across the stage and they are partying like, you know, it is just so cool to watch. It's so emotional. It just brings every emotion to the whole setting.
It does. And you know, what was crazy is it is such a passionate thing for me, and it's such a heart thing. And as I was writing, just because it was so different, I felt I had to write it out. Normally I like to just go off the top of the head here, but as I'm writing this, Debbie, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to cry. I'm going to break down. I'm not going to be able to do this just because it is such a thing to me. And as I got kind of close to that moment, you know, I look over to the graduates and they're cheering and excited and pumping their fists. I'm like, I can't cry. This is celebration. This is awesome.
Right.
And it was so encouraging And even I had the privilege to speak with a lot of the students beforehand and, just talk to them. And I walk in there and Erica Walters, who's a great director there, says, "Do you guys know this person?" And of course, I've been so far removed now. They're like, "Is he a football player?" And I was like, great guess, great guess. And we got to share a little time of fellowship together. And it was so great. It was so great.
Well, that's so awesome. I mean, we've had Dabo on the live stream once again this year, and he talks about the first year, which you were involved in, when the Clemson Life students came to practice. And he says, they typically had sort of reserved it early on for just the freshmen, remain on the field. You're going to take these students through some drills. And he said pretty soon he knew the whole team was wanting to get involved. And you were a big part of all of that, Eric. Talk about why that was important to Clemson football while you were a part of the staff.
Yeah, it was something, Debbie, that we had done, and it was cool and it was unique. And it was something that we obviously, interacted with them as fans. And throughout my career, that's kind of how it was. And it was autographs, pictures, small talk, and then kind of, move on. I think the students might have been invited to maybe a dinner or something of that nature, but it wasn't very hands-on, if you will. And then kind of fast forward, when I'm a GA back kind of working at Clemson, we really sat down and just said, okay, what are things that we can do in the community, as one of our pillars was community service? What are things that we can do right here, where kind of our feet are that, can be very impactful? And I remembered back, to Clemson Life and what we did with football kind of only. I said, man, how can we take that a step further? How can we make that so much better? And we put together this plan where essentially every athletic team at Clemson is going to put Clemson Life through a camp and to run them through different drills and really be hands-on and, super interactive and just take that thing a whole nother step. And we had great buy-in, great support from the administration, the coaches. And then once it got to the players, I mean, it's common sense. It's easy. It was something that they were so receptive to, excited to be a part of. And then once you see it, I mean, because you don't know everybody's background. You don't know if they have ever dealt with someone who has special needs and how do you react? How do you do that? But I can tell you that the Clemson family was never more evident. It was never stronger. There was never more love, compassion, joy on a football field, basketball court, soccer field, track, whatever. And it was so empowering just to see, these young people come together, and it didn't matter what you look like, what your abilities are or aren't. Let's score a basket. Let's kick a field goal. Let's score a touchdown, a goal. And it was so fun to see everybody come together. And now, it makes me feel so cool that anytime that, I go somewhere and leave it, I want it to be better than I got there. And it is awesome to see where they've taken that 4 or 5 years now later to, like I said, the entire athletic department. It's really, really cool.
It's amazing to me, some of the numbers coming out of graduation where there are 650 students on campus that volunteer. And then the acceptance rate for families like mine to be able to get into Clemson is 11%. It's like harder than the Ivy Leagues. It's like ridiculous how necessary these programs are. But what a great leader Clemson has been in this field. When you look at all the proud things about being a Clemson grad, and I have people come up to me on the street all the time, like, I'm a Clemson grad. I'm so excited about the Clemson Life program. What do you think the Clemson Life program's impact has been on the football players?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way to ask. It's a great question to ask, because when you see that, the reason I created that opportunity was to help Clemson Life. And it's the exact opposite. Clemson Life has helped every, team, not just football, but in particularly when I look at it, and I think it's almost this, you don't know what you have until it's questioned or until you see someone else enjoying it or loving it. And man, we had guys coming up to us after practice and say, this really helped change my perspective, that I don't have to go to practice. I get to go to practice and I get to do these things at such a high level. And I just saw that I keep talking about joy, love, compassion from those guys. And when it was with Clemson Life and that whole team came together, it was just like a beacon of light on that practice field.
Yeah.
And to be able to see that, and again, to see that with volleyball, baseball, basketball, soccer, track, et cetera, it was really, really an honor to be able to be there.
Well, I can just tell you, my guy Frankie only does offensive drills. Okay, we don't do any defense.
That's all we do. That's all we care about.
I mean, Brad Brownell was on earlier with us, and he was, texting me during their clinic, showing me Frankie doing some defensive slides. I was like, no, don't change what my guy knows. He knows shoot till your arm falls off and get behind the 3-point line. That's what he likes.
He will fit perfectly in the Gramlich and MacLean podcast, by the way, because that's all we do. Bunch of shooters. That's
all we talk about is offense. Shoot till your arm falls off. That's one of the things I say on the air. I mean, that's the way it is. It's what we're promoting. And I will tell you, I'm going to use you as a bridge to segue right into Dabo's garage to play basketball on his court, because the Clemson Life students have already experienced playing basketball in President Clement's driveway. Now, I know for me, before Frankie graduated, that was on my bucket list. And we were able to do that before everyone graduated. It was so fun. Next, I told Brad, he's going to have to give me the keys to Little John, but then we're going to work our way over to Dabo. So we might have to do that sometime with you there in the house to help us play a little horse.
I think it would be an epic game of horse. Dabo doesn't lose a lot, so we've got to bring it. We've got to be ready to go against him.
I know he'll take every student down one at a time. I mean, I know how competitive he is. It's so great. You mentioned something earlier, Eric. It's not that you have to, it's that you get to. I have a lot of people ask me about this fundraiser. I mean, we've created a lot of opportunity for athletes in the state of South Carolina to be able to compete and train and to be able to organize. In June, the national games are going to take place in Orlando. There will be a big contingency of South Carolina athletes going to Orlando to compete. So excited that our fundraiser is going to help some of those athletes get to Orlando and has helped them train and compete leading up to that. When you think about the value of sport and why it's important to you and me, and it's our careers, it's our profession, it's our passion. When you think about the Special Olympic athletes, what comes to mind?
Really, sports can do things that nothing else can. Sports can bring people together like nothing else can. And from all walks of life, all backgrounds, all, skin colors, whatever it is, way of thinking, we can all come together and we can play some basketball. We can play some soccer, football, baseball. And it is such a powerful tool of community, and everybody can rally, not even just the folks playing, but the community around it. And the life lessons that you learn in a team setting is invaluable. We have a baby girl on the way coming in October, and I can't wait to just fast forward, get her on a court, get her on a field, and to, take those lessons and the things that they'll learn and the opportunities for everybody. That's what's so cool about what you're doing here, what the Special Olympics do, is that literally it is for anybody that can do it. And to, shoot till your arm falls off, that's applicable for all of us. And so it's something that it's invaluable, and I love it. And to see the way that folks can come together just to play with a round ball is it's so special.
Well, you and Kaki, your wife, are going to be great parents. I can tell. You and I became fast friends over the weekend of graduation for Clemson Life. And I'm so enamored with getting a chance to meet you and know that we share a similar passion for a lot of different things. But how about our gigs with ESPN? You're the football analyst on the ACC network, and you do such a great job. I have been in basketball for longer than you've been alive, and I love it. I just absolutely love it. How's it going for you in the TV business?
Yeah, it's an absolute dream. I have to pinch myself every day, and to think that this is how I make a living, to think that this is the opportunity that God has given me, the pedestal. And really what's crazy about it is that I didn't want it. I really didn't. It's something that as a player, I was always kind of that mouthpiece, Debbie. And
Sure.
I was told to go and speak to whoever came, whether it was Herb Street or Chris Fowler, Marty Smith, whoever came down. It was like, hey, Eric, can you do this? And it was fun, and I enjoyed it, and was very purposeful about that, and really thought that, man, this is a great platform for me to express myself and to get anybody who's watching, because I'm gonna need a job one day. This ball is gonna go flat. These cleats are gonna stop. And it was something that throughout my career, folks said, man, you should pursue this. You should go do this and that. And I was like, no, it's kind of fun as a hobby. It's fun to do as a former player. because I knew what it would take to be great, as you know, because of what you've done and the sacrifice and being gone and studying and traveling and all these different things. It's a lot. I mean, I watch more film right now as an analyst than I ever did as a player, and you know, looking into things and figuring out tendencies and just trying to be on our A game. And so, you know, went into corporate America, worked in sales and marketing and you know, promotions and things like that. And then when the opportunity kind of arose, it's one of those things where, you know, we have our plan and God has his plan, and he just kind of laughs at us and said, well, we'll get you where you need to go. And that's exactly what it was. And when the opportunity was presented in front of me, it was something that I felt, okay, that this is it, you know, that this is something that we can go after and really, you know, use that pedestal to help shine his light. And I try and I hope and I wish that's, you know, what I do every time that I'm on camera. And it's just crazy to work with the people we do, the relationships that we have from behind the camera, in front of the camera, the folks that work at all these great schools to help us have the best product we can. It's an absolute dream to do what I do.
Well, there's no question. I feel the same way, and I've been on the air for a long time, and I don't plan on going anywhere. Let's hope the bosses see it that way. But you know, I know what I do to prep. You mentioned film, the study of the game. I work in the men and the women's side for college basketball, so that's a lot of Power 5, let alone all the other teams to study. I watch more film and I study harder than I ever did in college. There's no question about it. And you sort of get into a routine. Like, what's your game day prep routine like? Or I know it's not just game day, but your prep leading into game day or studio shows or whatever it is that you may be doing for ESPN.
Yeah, really, you know, it kind of starts, I'll give you kind of a week. So I get home on Sunday and then immediately go back and watch the games. And that can range. It depends, you know, when the ACC is at a conference, that could range from, you know, 15 different games to, you know, if we're playing in and people are kind of playing each other from, you know, 7 to 8. So that changes dramatically. But you kind of go through that and just rewatch, because on game day, it is so hard. I mean, we have this big 6-box monitor and we're watching, you know, 5 or 6 different games at once. And then to go back and to kind of see a little bit more than highlights, but just kind of see how the trends happened, or if there was a big play that you can kind of remember, go back and see what caused this? What did that take? So that's really, you know, Sunday, Monday, kind of take a day off. Tuesday, kind of breathe a little bit, maybe see my wife, go to dinner, something like that. And then really Wednesday, you crank back up and you see, okay, what do these matchups look like? Who do we have? What teams are playing? Because that's what's so different about, you know, studio versus calling a game. Because when it's the studio, you're focusing on the entire conference and who everybody's really playing. And so that prep it's serious, and it's something that, man, you have to be on top of it. Because I think, Debbie, you know, with us in particular, and again, we've known each other a very small window of time, but I've seen you over the years and kind of know how you prepare. We want to be great. I mean, I could sit down, not watch a game, and I could tell you everything that happens football. I mean, at the end of the day, we have both played enough to where we know, but to be able to take it a couple of steps further, I need to know tendencies. I need to know before it happens and matchups and why things happen and who, and that comes from studying. And it's something that I take a lot of pride in, and I'm sure you do as well. I know you do as well. And it's something that you get in what you get out what you put in. And I think we both, there's a lot of time and a lot of hours, you know, in this thing.
You know, it's so subjective what we do, right? I mean, one day they like you, one day they don't like you. You know, I always think one of the great compliments that you get is when this team thinks you're a homer and so does this team at the same time in the same game. So, you know, I don't think anybody realizes how much prep goes into preparing. We have lots of resources now that we didn't have. I remember traveling with VHS tapes like stacked up in here in my suitcase, so that when I could get to a hotel, I could beg the front desk to please let me in the conference room so that I could watch some film. And the game, it's just changed so much, right?
It's a little different. It's a little different. I do most of that just right here when I'm traveling. It's right there.
It's totally different. Like, we have a resource in basketball called Synergy, which can break down every play. I mean, I can tell you what a player A will do in the fourth quarter in the last 5 minutes on the road. You know, it's that detailed. What is it like in football? Because I'm so enamored with football and the way football is organized. I was having a conversation with Dave Doran about just pregame on the field when you're not used to it and you go down on the field and you see the sheer size and organization of what's happening pregame. What's that like?
Yeah, it can be crazy. There's a lot of stuff. So I think kind of as in-depth as that is, I trust my eyes a little bit more than, some of these. And I think there's a great marriage to it. I think that certainly what you find in this business is some people are heavy numbers and stats and all of that. Some people are heavy to their eyes. And I love to find that, perfect world of using both and kind of trusting, the data, but also what you see and kind of what But leading up to it, with football, it's so much different, than basketball because there's so many guys. There's so many things happening, especially college. There's 130 dudes that are out there and you're trying to figure out who's who and, what people look like. And if you are down the field, you're like, man, he's a little bit bigger than, he looks on TV and all those things. So you kind of get a battle rhythm and you kind of figure out, okay, where am I going to stand, 90 minutes out? Where am I going to stand 60 minutes out? And then by 30, go up to the booth and watch what you see and, different things like that. So it is something where it's organized chaos. There's so many different things going on at once. And, for the most part, there's kind of a general, wavelength of what folks do and the rhythm that they get into. But it's a lot of fun. And there's nothing like being on site, being live, being in person. It is just so much fun. The energy that you get from the crowd, from the players, it's like game day. There's nothing like it. Just like when you're a player, that there really isn't.
It's great. It is great. You're right about that. Okay. So kind of give us a little bit of a scouting report on the ACC. Just, give us a few things you're looking for.
Yeah. I'll start with your Wolfpack because I know they're going to be jacked up because I am so excited. So excited about Devin Leary. He is going to be, I think, one of the best quarterbacks in the country, fighting for that top spot. I think if, they can stay healthy defensively, look out. I mean, championships should be the expectation. And I know it is for Coach Dorn and that staff. And when you look at the offense and why I think Devin's going to be so good, he's going into year 3 as a starter in the same system, the same offensive coordinator. There should be a substantial jump in what we see from him production numbers wise, but also, just what he's physically able to do. And, I expect NC State to throw the ball a lot. They tried to run it last year. They had the best blocking offensive lineman in the draft and Big Icky, and he's now gone. So I don't think they're going to force the issue. I think they're going to throw it a ton. So I have really high expectations for those guys. I think the Clemson Tigers are going to be right back. I think that was kind of a weird year, 10-3 and the sky's falling. That's right.
Just a little blip.
Yeah, I think it was a little blip, and defensively for them as well. I think they're going to be the best in the country. When you see the defensive line that they have, a lot of star power, would not be surprised at all if they have 4 or 5 defensive linemen drafted next year, which is mind-blowing to think about. It's going to come down to quarterback, as it mostly does. Is DJ going to be able to step up enough, or is a young guy in Cade going to push him and maybe take a spot? So it'll be interesting there. I think Wake Forest is going to be very solid. So really kind of a 3-man race in the Atlantic. And then when you look on the other side on the Coastal, I think it comes down to Pitt and Miami. I think Miami has more of a superstar when you look at quarterback and Tyler Van Dyke, who right there with Devin Leary fighting for that number 1 spot in the conference. That they lost some talent at receiver, but I think he makes everybody better. So little case of the drop season in the spring game, but I think they'll just be fine. Defense, it'll be interesting to see what they look like, but Miami has some studs in the backfield and really a 4-man game that they're going to run the ball a lot. And then when you look at Pittsburgh, pretty much everybody back except for Kenny Pickett, who was the first quarterback taken in the NFL draft. And now with transfer portal and NIL, the best receiver in the country is leaving Pitt and going somewhere else. But they're so stacked in that room and a little bit different than basketball than football. There's a lot of guys on the field. So losing one guy, unless it's a quarterback, it doesn't hurt you all that bad. So I feel Pittsburgh is going to be just fine.
Well, that's a great handicap of the league. I mean, I can't wait. I know I'm a huge college football fan, and you made me think of something earlier that I was going to bring up. Before you were born, when I used to work at the University of Kentucky, when I first got my job, first I was an intern, then I was the director of marketing. Our football coach at Kentucky was Bill Curry. And Bill Curry is one of the class guys I've ever been around in sport. One of the things that he would talk about that still resonates with me all these years later is the huddle. You mentioned it before. when you get in the huddle, it doesn't matter what color, what your beliefs are, politics, any of it. None of that matters because you're all in the same huddle trying to win the next play. And team has always resonated with me. Like I've always been on a team everywhere I've been, sports teams, athletic teams, corporate teams, and then your family. And you're getting ready to expand your team in October. When you think about team and you think about what we're doing for Special Olympics, and somebody's out there watching and heard you and listened to you give that great breakdown of the league and just where your passion and where your heart is, you're so animated, you're so fun, Eric. You just like, you got the whole package working right now. I mean, we all are sharing blessings with each other over what we get to do. And, you know, what would you say to someone that is out there that's thinking, you know, if I could give a penny for every free throw that we make, that's just $24, or maybe I could do a little bit more. What would you say to them?
Yeah, it's going to help this team. It's going to help this big cause that we have going, and it's going to change lives forever. So give what you can, support what you can, because I promise you that feeling when, you know, you see pictures or you see highlights or videos of a young man, a young woman that gets to live this dream, because it's directly correlated, you know, with the giving that you can do while watching all of this. There's no feeling like it. And you know, there's a lot of times that, you know, we give money to certain things or we give time and this and that, and you don't really get to see it. You don't get to really see the benefit. With this, it's direct and it's so quick and it's so easy, and the access that, you know, these young men and women are going to have because of what you're doing here, and the support that we all can be giving is numerous. And so I think it's something that's very easy to do. Hit the link, hit whatever you have to do, and let's make it happen.
Listen, Emac, you're the best. You're helping our team. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for making your story a part of our story and for helping us advance this cause. I can't thank you for your time enough.
Yeah,
that is just, you're awesome.
Thank you so much. Keep loosening up. This is the big stretch.
Stay loose. 24 hours of nothing but net continues to add to our celebrity list, and I couldn't be more pleased than to be joined by Andy Lee, who's the punter for the Arizona Cardinals. Andy, thank you so much for taking time out of your training schedule and your off season to be with us.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you having me on, and happy to be here and to help do whatever I can to help raise some money.
Andy, before we dive into your story about your family, I want to update everyone on your career. So kind of give us a little bit of your resume and your background athletically of what you've achieved.
All right, so I played 4 years at the University of Pittsburgh, and I would say my claim to fame at University of Pittsburgh was I played with Larry Fitzgerald. So I'm a punter, so that was really cool. We came out the same year. I was drafted to San Francisco, played 11 years with the 49ers, and then was traded to the Browns, played 1 year with the Browns, actually got traded 2 years in a row, which is kind of crazy for a punter, to the Panthers, which I live in Charlotte, so in the off season. So that was really awesome for my wife and my kids and everything. And then kind of tore my hamstring that year during that season, and then ended up going to the Cardinals the year after that. And I'm currently with the Cardinals, as you said, and this will be my 5th year there. So this will be going into my 19th NFL season.
I mean, that's pretty incredible, right? 19 years as an NFL player is just amazing to me. What does it take to be able to sustain at such a high level?
And this will sound kind of crazy, but because I know Tom Brady's done it, so that's even crazier. But I think it helps that I'm a punter. I'm not getting, you know, hit and bashed on a lot, but you know, just really sticking to getting a good routine, getting good workouts, doing what you need to do. I think everybody's different in that aspect. I don't think it's a one size fits all kind of thing. Doing whatever you need to do to keep your body in shape and you know, taken care of, so you can perform at a high level year in and year out. And I think some of it too is you gotta get lucky that you don't have like a bad injury, or you know, because you can get injured. You can be in the best shape of your life and you get injured because you get put in a weird position. So I think a little bit of that, but just, you know, kind of just staying humble and just working hard and never being good enough. So I'm more of a negative person, which is, I don't think, like a good trait that a lot of people don't think of, but I'm never happy with how I've done. It's always, I can always be better. You can always be better. So I feel like I'm always been working and striving to be better than myself or be better than the next guy, and just continue to try to do that. Even though now that I'm kind of declining a little bit as I get older, I'm still working to be just as good as I used to be. So that's kind of my driving force back there.
Well, there's two things that I extrapolate from that. One is I'm going to be thinking about 19 years in the NFL while I'm in the driveway at about hour number 12 or 13 when I'm digging deep to try to find whatever that is that we have. And the other is we all can do a little bit more, right? No matter what we're doing, we can always provide more, do more, give a little extra. And that's exactly what families like ours are trying to do to help others. In my case, it's obviously my son, Frankie, who's my inspiration for 24 hours of nothing but net and Special Olympics. But tell us about your family story. And one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on here is because you have such a compelling story about your family that I wanted you to share it.
Yeah. So, and I'll try to get through this without getting emotional. In January 27th of 2015, me and my wife welcomed our third child. Who was our daughter. And she passed away after 8 days in the NICU. So that obviously turned our world upside down. Like, we have two awesome boys, and we have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. He'll be 12 next month, so let's just call him 12. And then I have a 10-year-old, Ryan and Adam, and they honestly really helped us through that as well. Having two kids, you have to get up, you have to do everything, you have to raise those kids, and you have to be there for them. And it was really, it was just really tough for us. So, and just to kind of jump ahead a little bit. So a year after, our anniversary is in March. So we go on our anniversary about a year after she had passed away, and we were like, we knew we wanted to do something, but we weren't really sure yet. And it was really tough going through, even that whole year was really tough on us. And I think we got to a place where we were like, let's start something. So we started Madeline's Fund in honor of her. And it was on our anniversary trip that we kind of started talking about it and what do we wanted to do. And the one thing that we thought that we didn't really have to worry about going through that the trauma in our life was financial stuff, because we have the money to be able to pay for this and that, and we're like, that's one thing that I feel like is tough in relationships is a husband and wife, whether they lose a kid or they just have a kid in the NICU or a baby, and it's a very traumatic time, whether it's just for like weight reasons and they just need to get their weight up, or there is a serious illness there. We thought we don't want them worried about, how am I going to pay for this? How are we going to get to the hospital? How are we going to, pay for these bills, and how are we going to keep the electricity on if we have to, take off time work to go to the hospital to be with the baby? We didn't want them to have to make that decision. We wanted to be able to help them through that. So that's the one thing we decided to do. So we financially assist families with babies in the NICU with everyday living expenses, and that can include gas cards, because some people have to travel hours every day back and forth from the hospital. We do utilities. We help with lodging here in the city. So if they live far away, we'll help them we have partnered with a hospitality house here, and we do meal cards as well. And then we also do funerals. So it's been really good counseling for my wife and I think it really helped us talk about, Madeline and this whole situation. And it's brought us out of that. And it's also been able to bless so many people with things. So we've been going a little over 5 years now, and we have helped over, I think, 1,700 families.
Wow.
We've done over 180 funerals for families, and it's been such a blessing to be able to turn something like probably the crappiest moment we'll ever face in our life, hopefully, and turn it into something that's helping people and, giving back to the community. So it's been great.
It's just remarkable how you find the resolve to keep Madeline's spirit alive by helping other people. It somehow, in some way, I know has to give you some measure of comfort or peace. My son Frankie spent 9 days in the NICU unit after he was born, and there's incredible anxiety and the amount of stress, emotion, concern, the amount of prayer, all of that has affected so many different families. It's just amazing that you can do that. And does that help you not come to closure necessarily, but help you find some peace?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It does. I would say our biggest thing, and I mean, I know this isn't church or anything, but I think our biggest thing was our faith in God. Like, I think that, like, I know she's not here for a reason. I didn't want to accept that for a long time.
Right.
But I think, there's a reason she's not here, and whether that's Madeline's fun or whether whether she just wasn't meant to be on this earth, I know she's in a great place. And just being able to, yeah, and I think that being able to help these families does help, because we know that she just didn't, her 8 days were meaningful, probably more meaningful than, like, I'm not saying my life, but her life means something to all these families that's helped. Without her, we would have
Yes.
never done this. So,
No question.
it's been very, it's a blessing, because I there's times where things are real tough, like we're grinding. Like, my wife, she grinds, I help. She works so hard on this, and she does a lot of it. A lot of the stuff is like, she's hands on all the time. Works probably 5 or 6 hours a day at a computer, emails, talking to hospitals, doing this, doing that, and it's just it's I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's just been amazing.
It's emotional to try to bridge the story, and to, you have to find a way. I know in times for me, and trying to bridge the emotion of our story to share it with others so that we can help others, is why we have to sort of temper our emotions sometimes, just to try to keep them in check so we can bridge that story. I'm listening to you, and I know it's hard, because I find it in a different way that very similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, I actually thought of my point. So what I say, so it is hard, right? She's working, she's going crazy, and then all of a sudden, during those times, you get a letter from a family that you helped, and it's like, okay, everything we do is worth it. Like, just from one thank you note that we'll get here and there, and it seems like they come at the perfect time, right? Like, so
Right.
it's just
Yes.
awesome to be able to help people, and to be able to, in anything, whether it's Madeline's Fund or the Special Olympics, or just everything. It's just so great that, and I feel like that's where the good comes out in people, when you can really find people that'll, lend a helping hand to the people that, that need it. And definitely in and there's lots of different areas for that.
So Andy, for us, Frankie is the middle of my 3 boys, and I have watched the influence of Frankie on my other 2 boys. So I look at them and I see what kind of great young men they're going to be. How do you think Madeline's story and impact has affected your 2 boys?
I mean, so it's kind of crazy. So I still sleep with her blanket every night. My one son, he bought her like a little stuffed animal. He still sleeps with it every night. I think they're proud, of her, even though they didn't really know her, because they were at an age where we were kind of like, do they come to the funeral? Do they not? Do they, it was, that we didn't know, when they were just so young at that 5 and 3, and we didn't know kind of how that would go. So they really never really met her either, because when we had her in the NICU, it was flu season. So the only people that ever met her when she was alive was me and my wife. Like, we couldn't get her grandparents back there. We couldn't get her kids back there. It was a very, strict time in the NICU. So knowing that, and and they see the pictures, and we have some videos and things. And I feel like it I feel like at times it softens their heart, which I think, being a man, having a soft heart's a good thing. Like, I know a lot of people say, if you're a man, you can't cry, you can't do this, you can't do this. I feel like it's something that does do that for them. And I think it's also good that they see, how much what work we do for Madeline's Fund, and everything that we're doing for that shows our love for her, which that I think also they can show love that way too. And it lets them see that just because like somebody's not there or circumstances are wrong, you can turn bad things into good, and you can show love through that. And I hope one day maybe that they'll be a part of this too, as they get older and as they go things. Because we're hoping to be able to maybe get into even like Raleigh, into the UNC area, or maybe even down into South Carolina. Like we would love to spread to other NICUs other than just here in Charlotte as well. So I'm hoping this is a long-term thing and not something that's just kind of here and then all of a sudden it fizzles out.
Well, I'm a big believer in that everybody can do a little bit to help everyone. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're doing our part with Special Olympics. You're doing your part to help the families in the Charlotte community right now that have to go through an unfortunate set of circumstances, and you're just trying to make it a little bit easier for them. I'm 100% in on what you're doing, Andy, and I don't get a vote for NFL Man of the Year, but I definitely would put you on my list if I were them. And I'm going to nominate you or whatever I've got to do to find out a way to get you on that list.
Oh, I appreciate it. And that's the one. And I feel like that's one thing my wife kind of gets on me a little bit about, is she's like, you need to use who you are. And I'm like, I want this to be about my daughter.
It is about your daughter.
I don't want it to be about me or anything else. So no. I appreciate that. And I would love to. I try to get as much recognition for Madeline's Fun as I can without it being brought on me at all. Even though I know I'm a punter, so it's not that big of a deal. But I feel like that's something that I've been really, really tried to like separate myself and Madeline's Fun. And for Madeline's Fun, it's just me as a dad, right? It's not me as a football player. It's not me as who I am. It's all about my daughter.
Well, it is about your daughter, but you have the ability with your platform to share her message. That's the same with me, man. I look at it like it's not about the free throws. The free throws is the vehicle to tell the story. I'm using my platform as someone who works for ESPN and CBS to share our story and our message. We as a family, you as a family, understand the impact on our kids and what a difference Madeline's Fun makes and Special Olympics makes for our family. That's all we're trying to do, is get that word out there so people will say, hey, you know what? I'd like to know more about Madeline's Fun. So where do you go to learn more about Madeline's Fun?
So we have it's madelinesfun.org, and it's MADELYNSFUND.org. So we spell it that way. It was kind of a way to kind of bring my mom's part of my mom's name into her name instead of spelling it with the LY in there. So that's that sometimes people get that mixed up because it's a weird way to spell it, but that's where we use it. A great
way to spell it, and a great way for people to know they can go to madelinesfun.org and learn more. And
Andy, we're on Instagram as well. I know we're on Instagram.
We got to hit it up. We'll build a little something here. We'll put it on the screen for our 24 hours. We'll let everybody know where they can go. And I really appreciate it, man. I am so thankful that you were able to take some time to be with us and that we could learn about your story so we could share it. And, at some point you'll be able to share our story, and that's how it works.
I would be more than happy to do that. And I'm so grateful for being able to be on here and just be able to speak with you and have the time to speak about Madeline's Fun, but also hopefully help you raise some money for the Special Olympics, which I know is a huge thing and is an awesome, awesome thing.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. We're pulling for you. I'm a big fan of yours. Instant friends and fast fans, and that's the way we do it here on 24 Hours of Nothing But Net. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the sun's going down. It's cooling off a little bit. It is absolutely gorgeous here in Mount Pleasant today. And my cousin Kelly has done a fantastic job keeping me updated on the tally because every hour the amount of money goes up. We are over $121,000 right now. So thank you, thank you, thank you to those that are contributing. Okay, ready? We're ready. Let's make another 100. There's a lot of money riding on this next to 100, so I need to shoot it well. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. Ah, six. That should have gone in. Seven. Eight. Nine. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 37. 38. 39. 40. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 62. Short. Online. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 66. 67. 68. 68. That's off. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. Thank you. 87. 88. 89. 90. Oh, that's off. Dang it. 91. That's off. Dang it. 91. That's off. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That's, how many have we shot? 700 or 600? 700. Okay, 700 down. Okay, awesome. What do we have next? Oh, yeah, I have to do a Zoom call. But is LaChina there? Okay. Okay, can you run something from our library of stock until LaChina gets here? Okay, this is how we do live TV in the driveway. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But
Windows down on my favorite street. Sunset in the rear view, got nowhere to be. For a moment we feel like we're kings and queens, and nothing but a t-shirt and ripped up jeans. We are free, can you feel it too? It's nights like these that only prove, and this is when the moments turn to memories, and this is when the future gets so clear to see, and this is when tonight becomes a masterpiece, and this is when the moments turn to memories, memories. Deep breath in and I come alive. It's a feeling I remember for the rest of my life. So I sit back and watch the sun paint us gold. For a moment we feel like we rule the world. We are free. Can you feel it too? It's nights like these that only prove, and this is when the moments turn to memories, and this is when the future gets so clear to see, and this is when tonight
working together to make a difference for Special Olympics. Okay, who's got next? I got next.
Let me ask you, young lady, are you willing to shoot 100 free throws for Special Olympics?
I am dedicated to Special Olympics.
And is your daddy going to give a dime for each one?
Yes.
That's $100.
Yes.
Come over here, young lady. What's your name? Are you going to volunteer to shoot 100 free throws here?
Yes, I want to go at like 3 a.m. or somewhere early.
You want to go at 3 a.m.?
Yeah,
Debbie, she wants to go at 3 a.m.
yes, my focus will be there.
Your focus will be there. Look at that, Debbie. She can go and I'm gonna give you $1. Listen to me. If you make 100, I am gonna promise $1 in your name. That is $100 is gonna go to North Carolina Special Olympics at 3 a.m. $1 for each one.
You know what? I'll do the same thing. I'll match you. Right? She makes 100.
She makes 100 at 3 a.m. You're gonna have $200 in your name for young Special Olympians in this state. You ready to go?
LaChina Robinson.
Hey Deb, how are you?
LaChina, we have upgraded our whole production facility here. We've got a trailer and we've got cameras. We've got all kinds of stuff going on.
I see. It looks busy.
It's busy. Hey, I know you're busy. I know you're on the road, and I can't thank you enough for your consistency and always being a part of this event with us. Thank you.
It's an honor for me, Deb. You know how much I enjoy this event every year and how I respect what you've done and the money you've raised. And you know how much I love Frankie. So I'm always going to be.
I know you're great. You're a terrific teammate. You always deliver on your promise to help us, and that means a lot. We are over $121,000, so we're pretty excited about the direction we're headed.
Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Is LaChina freezing? I think she's frozen. Oh, okay. LaChina.
Let me see.
We're losing you a
Yeah?
little bit, but this is what live TV in the driveway looks like. You know, we're fine.
I know. Well, I'm trying to get to it, but I know how it is because we've spent a lot of time on Zoom. We already know.
That's right. So what's going on? Where are you going? Where you been? Tell us about the WNBA.
So right now I am in Connecticut. Today I was in studio for Seattle versus Phoenix. We are about a week and a half, maybe a full week into the WNBA season. I feel like the days are flying by. You know, Seattle's always a big matchup because Diana and Sue each other. We don't know how much time we have. We birthed on Diana's performance today. Looks like she's going to be around for a little while, but that was a fun match. I had Vegas at Atlanta. It's just been a first week of WNBA, but you know how much I love this time of year.
I know this is a busy time. NBA playoffs going on, NHL playoffs going on, the start of the WNBA. What can we look for from storylines?
Man, there's some great storylines, Deb. I mean, one that stands out right away is that we just continue to see monumental movement when it comes to the free agency period in this league. You know, the CBA, we've seen stars on the move. Every offseason, Emma Meesseman is in Chicago this year. Stephanie Dolson's in New York. Liz Cambage is in LA. So the headliner is definitely always, how are these teams going to mesh with a new star or different levels of star power even. So that's usually the lead on things. And then, I think coming back to the game is Elena Delle Donne, a healthy Elena Delle Donne. Brianna Stewart missed the end of last season. She's had her second Achilles surgery now. So having two of the players quarterback on the floor, really fun. But then there's the up and rising stars. You know who they are all day. I feel like you always watch these kids in middle school, but John Quell is again going to be in the mix for MVP, and Lida Copper was Finals MVP, a name not a lot of people knew about, but I always do see Vivian Stringer games. And congrats to Coach String on her retirement. But there's just this new wave of stars coming up that are going to be next, because some of our legends are starting to cycle out, and there's just a new regime on the way. So that's always fun too.
Well, I know you're all over it. I know you're on top of all the storylines. We're so lucky at ESPN to have you covering the WNBA. I myself look forward to the Daily Wager show. I like doing that show, which is a lot of fun, telling you who to take and why, and give you 3 reasons, and take the points or give the points. That's where I think the next frontier in women's sports is going. So I'm excited to be a part of that and around the WNBA. That's a lot of fun. What is next on your schedule this week?
Hopefully, am I unfreezing again? I'm trying to do a lap. Okay, I think I'm back.
There you are.
You got me? Yes. So I think the big games I have coming up this week, Phoenix next weekend, with one Becky Hammond has got the Vegas Ace, who great start scoring buckets. You would love it. A lot of threes. So I would say that matchup, and then Chicago at Washington will be intriguing. I think right now Washington is kind of emerged as a front runner. I know they took a L the other day to Dallas, but they get Alicia Clark back, and Mike Tebow is, in my opinion, the best coach in the league. So, Chicago, the champs coming in Tennessee, will be really exciting for them as well.
Well, we know you're on a busy schedule, LaChina, and we thank you again for taking time to help Special Olympics and get involved with 24 hours of NBN. That's so great, and it's so great to see you, and I really appreciate your time.
Debbie, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I'm honored to do this and serve with you on the KL Cancer Fund Board. The work that you do when it comes to giving back is just really, really honorable. And I'm glad to continue to be associated with this. Now, Deb, you can't get rid of me every year. I know your roster gets bigger. You got Dabo, you got all these folks on. Don't forget about the little people, okay?
Hey, you're locked in. You're in the beginning. You were willing to take a 2 a.m. slot the first year, so you're totally in.
All right, Deb. I appreciate it. Well, thanks for having me. Good luck, and let's raise more money.
Let's do it, LaChina. Thank you so much.
All right.
We're over 121,000, and we are so excited that this event just keeps growing and growing and growing, and we appreciate friends like LaChina that are willing to lend some time, especially during a busy travel schedule. Okay, up next, my buddy, Seth Greenberg from ESPN, one of the top basketball analysts in the nation. Any sport, any level, he is one of the all-time greats. Coach Greenberg, thank you.
There's iconic names in our business, and Seth Greenberg is right along there with me as a colleague. I wish I had the iconic name or the presence that he had on the air, but he is a longtime coach in our game and has given more to the game than I can even imagine. Coach, thank you so much for being here with us on 24 Hours of Nothing But Net.
This is amazing. By the way, how are you going to do this? You've done this now for how many years?
Yeah, this is our 4th year. And it is 2-a-day training right now. I'm getting geared up. It's obviously I'm motivated by my son, Frankie, to be able to do this for Special Olympics and raise a lot of money for families like mine. And I'm so grateful for your time.
Oh, you kidding me? I got a question. How many shots does it take you to make those 100 every hour?
Okay, Seth. So my street cred is going to go up right now with you because you're not going to believe it. For somebody like me that gets AARP mail, whose range has shrunk over the years, but I'm good at 15. In the previous 3 years, I'm averaging 92%.
Wow.
So last year I shot 94% of the driveway. I made 2,400. I missed 156. And trust me, it is painful when you don't self-correct and that muscle memory takes a hit.
You're not that whole thing for nothing now, girl. Come on now.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Thanks. Listen, you know what? I've learned so much basketball from you over the years. I remember covering your teams at Virginia Tech, and then you have just seamlessly moved into being one of the top voices in our game. And I'm so proud to be able to share time with you as one of your colleagues. Like, I don't know if you include me in your group, but I include me in your group.
I bring down every group, so I need all the people above me to kind of pick me up a little bit. But I've been really, Deb, you know, I mean, like, we're all been very fortunate in terms of having a platform to talk about the game we love. And I don't take it for granted. I mean, you know, look, I got whacked at Virginia Tech, disappointed, surprised, all those things, proud of what we accomplished. But, you know, I still had a family to take care of, and I still had, obviously, goals that I wanted to accomplish. I jumped into this thing with both feet in, and not with the idea that I was going to be doing this 10 years later. Quite honestly, I thought I'd be back in coaching. But, you know, as you understand, we work with great people, and all they want you to do is have a good show. And all they want you to do is give you the support you need to be successful. Like anyone in life does. People want to have people that are going to stand beside them, not behind them, but stand beside them to help them cross bridges. And, you know, to me, ESPN's been incredible to me. It's given me a new life, a new perspective on things. It's been able to take care of my family, and obviously a lot less stress. But I don't take a day for granted the opportunity ESPN's given me, because you know, when you get let go in coaching, you have people come to your side, you know, the first few weeks, but then you're standing out there on an island by yourself. And you know, ESPN's given me a platform to do the things I love, and you know, I'm deeply indebted to that opportunity.
Amen, brother. I'm right there with you. Like, you know, I've been on the air for 34 years. I don't take one day of it for granted. I remember early on when I was just getting started, when there weren't any games, or ESPN was still in its infancy. And, you know, it was really hard to connect and get on with them because they're such the leader in our game. And, you know, I love the game like you do. And, you know, when you mention, you know, when you get whacked at Virginia Tech and you face some adversity, everybody thinks that people on TV are rich and famous. I grew up thinking that. That's not the case, man. That's not even close.
Yeah, I guess if I could have survived at Virginia Tech, I would have been rich, because the money they're paying coaches right now, I kind of missed it by a couple of years. But you know what? Look, I loved coaching. I loved every minute of it, but I didn't get into coaching for money. I mean, it was never even a factor. I never even asked where I was getting paid until my second contract renegotiation at Virginia Tech. It, to me, was I got into coaching because I sat at the 5-star basketball camp a zillion years ago and listened to UB Brown, and listening to him move me, said, man, what a great thing it would be to stay in the game, impact someone else like Coach Brown was impacting me. And that's why I got into coaching. It had nothing to do with, I thought maybe someday I'd be the head coach at Fairleigh Dickinson, Harvard on a Hackensack, and I'd be happy as a lark. Just having a chance to help someone get somewhere they can't get themselves, which is the lie, but it really is true. And, you know, the greatest thing about coaching isn't the wins. I mean, I can think about great wins, but it's how your relationship changes with your players as years go on. I tell people this story all the time. During COVID, I would do Zoom calls with former players, 30, 40, 50 at a time. And that was more rewarding than any game I coached, to be honest with you. And, you know, that's the responsibility you get when you coach, Debbie. You understand that it's a responsibility that someone else is giving their child to you in a very important time of their life to help them grow, mature, and make sure that the work that they did in advance, you continue to keep emphasizing the values and the work ethic and the accountability to make sure that the rest of their lives are successful. So it's a big responsibility, coaching. People don't understand it. Everyone looks at TV and looks at the money now. They don't understand the responsibility that goes behind it.
and your invaluable experience as a coach. I mean, I've watched you because we've served on panels together or we've done Zoom calls together. I've watched you use the word bridge and connect. You've done that so many times over with young coaches. Like, what's your message today to some young coaches out there that are, you know, really trying to make it happen for themselves on their own campuses?
Well, I think first and foremost, enjoy it. Take the time to take a step back. You work so hard to become a head coach that you've got to, once you become a head coach, you got to enjoy it. You got to get lost in the players. You got to get lost in the process and the experience. And, you know, a big thing I do, and I don't know, mentor about 20 or 30 coaches, and it's really don't let the job suffocate you. I mean, it can be suffocating. It's all encompassing. I mean, you're on call 24/7. You have tremendous responsibility. Remember why you got into it: to teach, to help people grow, to help people mature, to help people develop, to impart your love for the game and what it can do for you, you know, to someone else. Now, I also got into it because, you know, I wanted to help make sure, you know, I coached a lot of first-time graduates and family graduates, first-generation graduates. And, you know, I've always said, I said this in one of the last meetings that we had at ESPN prior to the start of the season, one of our kind of get-togethers. I asked all the first-time college graduates in a family to stand up, and I said, if you remember, I said, now tell me if your children are college graduates or are aspiring or in position to become college graduates. Everyone remains standing, and you've got to. The best way to break the cycle isn't NIL. The best way to break the cycle isn't, you know, the NBA or even Europe, because the money's drying up. You got to have a life after that. The best way to do that is through education. That's one of the biggest things that bothers me about everything that's going on right now. We talk about the transfer portal, we talk about NIL, we never talk about really the real reason you go to college is to graduate, to you know, basically have an opportunity to help yourself and help your family. And that's what we've lost, unfortunately. I'm all for players getting taken care of, but I'm also all for players never losing track of why they're in school. And that's to get a degree, because very few guys are going to make a lifetime living playing college basketball.
I agree with you, Seth. I don't hear anyone talking about the educational experience. I mean, we both, you know, I have a master's degree. I think it's really important. My kids are all going to college, and one of them is getting a master's degree. But, you know, I'm hearing stuff like an SEC walk-on the men's side would turn down a graduate level offer for an NIL deal, which is more than the cost of their education, that for a lower level league. I mean, it's just amazing some of the things that you're hearing out there. Where do you think the end game is?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're going back. I mean, the end game is going to be the Power Five's breaking off. I mean, in the end, that's what the end game is going to be. You know, I think we've got to start our messaging. I mean, like, here's the deal. You know, everyone uses the thing, well, you know, if you're a great musician, you can go make a living, you know, using your name, image, and likeness. I have no problem. There's a difference between name, image, and likeness and pay for play. It's plain and simple. We started with name, image, and likeness last fall, and now on warp speed, we've gone to pay for play. And on warp speed, name, image, and likeness combined with the transfer portal has killed a little bit of the integrity of our game and the college experience. And like I said, I'm all for players, you know, making something. But, you know, Leonard Hamilton, we had him on our podcast the other day. He made a great point. The very best of the very best get taken care of in other endeavors, in the arts and things of that nature. Like, not everyone does, you know, not every theater student, you know, at Northwestern or journalism student at Northwestern, while they're there, are going to become, you know, icons in their field, you know? So, I mean, we've got to find a way to find a balance. And we also got to have greater integrity, in my opinion, within the profession. Guys going on someone else's campus and recruiting guys right off their campus, to me, is not right. It's not right. If you're going to do that, set up a meeting away from that campus. But to walk on someone else's campus and recruit a guy right off someone's campus, to put your name in the portal while you're flying back from an NCAA tournament game,
that's
not right. You know, I think we've got, I don't have the answers, but I think we've got to find a way to do this with greater integrity and with a greater purpose. And because it's not sustainable. Yeah, you can get a guy like John Ruiz at the University of Miami, and he's a billionaire and he can do it. And every school, and maybe the highest level, has a guy like that. But what are we teaching? Like, you know, I mean, like, What are we teaching? Like these young people, how are they going to deal with diversity, and how are they going to deal with, at the end of those 2 years, and say you're getting $400,000 a year, and after taxes, it's $300,000, and then after you maybe you do the things you're going to do. What happens if in your next job, you're not a pro? So what happens in your next job? You're going over Europe for 60 grand. It's different. So I don't have the answer. I've been in conversations the last, month with some of the icons, the real icons and leaders in our profession. No one has the answer. The one thing we all agree on is we've lost track of education, and this is not sustainable, and that we're cheating the young people because we're giving them an unrealistic understanding of what the real world's going to be about. And we have obviously devalued the reason you go to school. So it's going to be an interesting, next few months. No one knows who's on the roster. I talked to the coach today. He's got 5 guys on his roster. 5 guys.
We won't know till August when they actually enroll in school. And
if they're in the portal now, they got till August. There's no drop date. See, like to me, if a guy's in the portal, and then he comes back and goes to summer school, then his clock is started for that next year. Now, the bigger thing, Debbie, is coming up is, obviously the portal, it's one-time exception. That's going to be challenged. That's going to be thrown out. So, like, my question is, and we talked about this in the podcast, if the NFL, the NBA, and Major League Baseball worked on, at the end of every year, everyone was a free agent, you'd have chaos. Well, right now in college athletics, everyone's a free agent. Like Tom Izzo said, tongue in cheek, but I'm not sure it's tongue in cheek. Next year, every single player in the country is going to put his name in the portal. Why not?
That's crazy. All right. So Jay Wright retires, and my immediate reaction is to text Tom Izzo, Coach, don't go. Please stay. We got to have some guys like that stick around, right? I mean, Coach K's going. We'll survive all of that. I mean, we'll move forward. But the real pillars of where the game is are guys that have been invested their entire lives, like a guy like Tom Izzo. How do we teach players and student athletes to survive some adversity?
Yeah, I mean, that's why as Tom he's struggling with this whole thing. I don't think he's leaving right now, but I mean, let's put it this way: he and I are really close. I mean, this is disheartening to him because like every freshman, and it's true. How many freshmen aren't unhappy? Like,
I don't know. Everyone is unhappy as a freshman, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Debbie, like you watch on TV and that looks easy. You get there and it's really hard. The speed of the game, like people watch these guys in summer basketball and there's no scouting report. You're not deciding what you're going to give, you're going to take away. I think the grassroots basketball is really, really good, but let's not compare it to the preparation of a college game and the intricacies of what goes on during those 40 minutes. It's night and day. Like Jay's situation was unique in that he had COVID year, the Olympics, the Hall of Fame,
right?
A Final Four. He literally didn't have a day off.
Yeah,
it was, and I think I sat down with him before the Final Four, and then I sat down with him after he decided to step away, and he was exhausted. And
I saw your interview with it, Seth. It was exceptional because you saw the raw emotion on his face, and I could sense it from you too. You feel it. I mean, you're around these guys. You know these guys well.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with these guys, and I talk to Tom almost every night, and the biggest thing is the reason we got into it is now not the reason we would stay into it. And like none of those guys of that generation. I mean, Jay Wright was the graduate assistant at UNLV when I was the head coach of Long Beach State. All right. So Tom Izzo was the graduate assistant at Michigan State when I was offered the Michigan State assistant job when Judd Heathcote was there when I was an assistant at Pitt. People don't remember my first job in coaching at Columbia University. I thought I was a millionaire. I made $12,000. My second job at Pitt, All right. I made $21,000.
Right.
I mean, my first head coaching job, I made 62.5, and I didn't even know what I was getting paid. I had no idea what I was getting paid. I mean, now the money, the money is great. And, everyone says because the money's so great, the television contracts are so great. Like I said, I think we can do more, but what's going on now, I'm not sure it's good for the enterprise. I do think we're going to have in the next 5 years, you're going to have Power Fives create their own league. And then if you want to conduct your business, if you're Gonzaga or you're Big East or you're, certain, if you want to conduct your business that way, that's fine. And I also think what's going to happen is the NCAA tournament could go away because they might only pick the 68 best teams and not have the only amount of qualifiers.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's something that could potentially, again, I don't know when that's going to happen, but, a lot of the rules that are made across the board of NCAA are made by the 220 that are not making the money that's creating the monies for the $1 billion television contracts and the football contracts. Everything. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I mean, I've had 20 coaches in the last 2 weeks, actually last week, say to me, Seth, if you were still in it, you'd be closer to leaving than you were to staying. Now think about that. And that's a guy. I mean, I loved coaching. I mean, I loved every aspect of it. But here are some of the best coaches in the country, and I'm talking about all Hall of Fame guys or guys that are going to be in the Hall of Fame. And like my phone has been ringing off the hook, and legitimately, you speak to them, and one guy said I went recruiting last week, and not one person at the event was happy. Another guy said, I didn't go recruiting at all because I thought if I left campus, someone would come to my campus and get someone to go into part of it.
Right. Wow.
So he did not go out. The last week of recruiting, the head coach went out one day because he wanted to make sure he stayed on campus to make sure that he didn't lose anyone. Now think about that.
Yeah, that's hard to.
These are high level, big time programs, like all NCAA teams, all really good coaches, really solid, winning, great cultures, great identities, programs that you would say, huh? How could that happen there?
Yeah. Well, it's disheartening in some ways because it is definitely a game changer. I mean, we're not going backwards, as you said, and the value of education still is important. And just even the way we do the APR rules and everything like that, that's going to have to be adjusted because, it's crazy, right? And there's a percentage of money that goes with the APR off the basketball contract. So there's so many different pieces to extrapolate out of this that it's just absolutely seems insane that we're sitting here even having this discussion, even though we both agree, it's great the players are going to make some money, but wow, we don't want to lose the enterprise.
What about third parties? Remember the time, I was still coaching where the NCAA, two things, obviously the restrictions on academics, which has worked. And the second thing was they wanted to eliminate third parties. So the way that we're going now with these agents, and these agents are basically, monetizing these players, we're bringing the third parties back into the we just brought the third party, what we wanted to eliminate, we brought right back into the conversation. Coaches aren't talking to the players. Just understand, like half of these kids don't even visit. They're not talking to the players. They're talking to the agent. One agent told a buddy of mine, we're going to cut it from 30 to 12 to 6 to 4, and then everyone's going to make their best bid. And then it's strictly a business decision.
It's crazy.
We're going to go to the best deal.
I don't know about
100% quote.
I mean, when I was in college, I was trying to figure out every way I could extend my college stay so I didn't have to go into the workforce right away. I mean, I was just trying to stay in college on campus and have fun, right? Because that's what it's supposed to be. You play, you go to class, and you have fun, right? I mean, you just enjoy it. And I hope that we're not losing that piece of it. We don't want to lose sight of that for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting. I started working on next season already, and then I finally said, I don't even know who's on you guys' rosters. And I started putting together, basically start with the Power Five and down. I start looking at rosters and speaking to guys, and I got guys saying, Seth, I got 7 now. I think I can get to 10 probably in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's insane, really. I mean, it's just so different. It's just a different way. I feel the same way. I mean, I'm not looking at it very hard right now either, because why?
You got to make free throws. You got something tougher than that.
Yes. Okay. So
free throws.
I'm in 2-a-days right now, coach. I mean, I'm busting it. Like, I'm getting ready because it's not
how many free throws are you shooting a day right
now? Well, yesterday I made 400, but I'm not worried about, honestly, you'll get this. I'm not worried about technique, muscle memory, self-correct. I got that part of it. What I'm spending my time on is getting in the best fitness that I can be in so that I can do this at a high level. I'm competitive like you. I want to do it at a high level, not because I'm trying to get some sort of percentage. What it's about is the story, the platform. The better I can shoot it, the better the story is, so that Frankie and his friends can have some more money for Special Olympics. That's what we're doing. And I mean, I want to do it at a high level because look, you know, I've been saying this all along. When you're getting AARP mail and you're in the driveway doing some ridiculous free throw burpee routine and your neighbors are looking at you like, you know, for 4 years we've been doing this. This is crazy, but it's a grassroots effort. It's in the driveway. It's where you and I both fell in love with the game as kids when we got to play, pick up, and it's just really, Special Olympics is a grassroots effort. And the amount of awareness and money that we're raising is really important. And you're helping us.
Well, hey, I'm honored that you asked me to visit. And like I said, what you're doing is great because, you know, look, life is about helping other people. I mean, like, you're only as rich as the people whose lives you touch. I mean, it's really as simple as that. And that's why I got into coaching. That's why obviously you're doing what you're doing. And that's what life's all about. I mean, like, if everyone tried to put themselves in, you know, on an island, life wouldn't be very rich. But when you touch other people's lives, that's when you add value to your life because you know, you've helped someone else. And that's what it's all about. So what you're doing, and obviously the passion that you have for it is tremendous. And, you know, what you've done already is tremendous, and what you continue to do. And, you know, obviously there's also a residual effect of the awareness that you're bringing. That will, who knows the residual effect of the amount of money that's being raised outside of that, which is so important in the lives that are being impacted.
It is so important for sport, right? I mean, we love sport. Playing sport is a privilege. Getting a chance to compete like we've been able to do in our careers, and just to give the pure joy of playing and participating. Like, some people just have forgotten, like, all this conversation that we're having. You're talking about a principal pillar of this being education. And I'm thinking just the pure joy of being with your teammates and getting to play and not worrying about other aspects. I mean, serving the game and doing things to be a good teammate are so important. And I hope we don't lose sight of all those things.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was at Tech, we had every year we hosted this Special Olympic tournament on campus in the middle of the season. And I still remember, and I used to win or lose that Saturday night. It was always Sunday morning. Win or lose that Saturday night. I'd always remember sitting in the locker room telling our guys, I want you to see the joy on these guys' faces. And that's the joy that you need to appreciate and respect. And every single time at the end of the event, we'd sit and have dinner as a group, and all the guys, win, lose, or draw the night before, you could see they were uplifted because of the purity of it, you know, which was such a cool thing. And goes back to appreciate where you are and what you have, and the ability to play and compete, and the experience and the education. But, you know, it was a great lesson for all our guys, the purity of what Special Olympics brings out.
Well, if you saw Frankie behind the 3-point line, you'd see why shoot till your arm falls off became part of my vernacular, and why he doesn't play any defense at all. We're not even worried about rebounding. We're just going down to the other, run the lane hard, spot up behind the 3-point line.
That sounds like Jim Laranaga's advice to his kids when they went to the 5-star camp. I still remember way back in the day. Jim goes, I said, Jim, the boys were at 5-star. He goes, yeah. I said, what advice did you get? He said, shoot it every time you touch it, because guys that are marking down names, they're only looking for guys that are making shots.
Right. Seth, you've always had such great habits about your philanthropy and your giving, and of course everything that you've given to the game, and for taking the time to be with us on 24 Hours of Nothing But Net. I'm indebted to your gracious attitude. I appreciate it.
Thanks for asking, and good luck, and enjoy it. And it's tremendous, the passion that you have for it, and the joy you're bringing to others. That's what it's all about.
Thank you so much for your help, Seth.
Thanks, Deb.
All right, got our last act of the night. Frankie Antonelli. Frankie himself will be out here in a second. He loves singing and dancing, as you're going to find out real soon. His favorite musical group is Big Time Rush. And tonight, Frankie is going to be singing While I Still Have the Time by Darius Rucker. Give it up for Frankie Antonelli.
What's up? Patrick, trying for you.
Dedicated to Patrick.
39 candles, dirt out on the gate. Each representing my hell mistakes. The last one still burns and I wish I could make. This time I'm getting you right. And I take a deep breath and I promise myself every time I get to go to work, we're gonna be done. And go and nobody was there watching. I will I don't know why, but I know it's you. And baby, my dear, here's a present for you. You look at that, you know me. But it's in the storm where I came for that kind. And he's always with me. Gonna start in a while ago. That it don't need the money.
the driveway. We're in the 7 o'clock hour, right? 7 o'clock hour? Yeah. Over $123,000. Every hour the number goes up. Thank you so much for contributing to Special Olympics. Okay, Patrick. Let's go. Thank you. All right. This one. Two. Three. Four. Five. Oh, that's off. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. Oh, thank you. 32. 33. 34. 35. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 'That's more like it, Hampton. Hampton, that's more like it. Just put it in. Okay, that's my best hour. John and Sue Gibbs, that's another $250 for Special Olympics. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to flip over to here because I believe Dr. Fallon is ready to go. Dr. Fallon? Oh my gosh, listen. Let me tell you who Dr. Fallon is. She is the CEO of Curemark, which is an incredible pharmaceutical company that is creating drugs to help people in the autism spectrum, as well as others with intellectual disability. Joan Fallon, thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Yay for you. So
hey, that's my
terrific.
best hour. Maybe it's because you were on with us. I only missed 3.
I was counting them with you, but I've been counting them with you on other hours as well.
I know, you're so great. So we connected through an event in Charleston years ago, and we became instant friends because we both love sport.
Right, that's right, that's right. And, you know, no one understands human connection and human potential better than you do. And you put that together with sport, you know, you're my person, for sure.
Hey, listen, we still got to go on a field trip. Like, I know you want to go some of the places that I get to go. I want to go to some of the places you get to go.
Great, let's do it.
We're going to make that happen. Okay, so
absolutely.
What I want to know from you is, tell us what you're working on in your space right now.
So we are, we've been working for the last 10 years on a drug to treat autism. And, you know, it's not a cure, but it's a treatment to help with their, you know, development. And we've done 10 years of trials, and now we're ready to submit our drug application to be approved.
Oh,
and we're
that's
very
so
excited.
exciting, right? It's very exciting.
It's very exciting, yes. And we're working on other conditions and things, and, you know, trying to help people, you know, realize their potential, whatever it is that they have, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. And, you know, Coach K, I listened to that interview, which was just fabulous. And he kept saying something which I think is important. He kept saying the kids in Special Olympics really aren't looking for articles or TV or for contracts, right?
Right.
But they're playing to play. And that's the one thing he didn't say was like, they just play to play. They love the competition. They love the sport. They love the movement. They're playing for the pure ability to play. And that's so great.
And that's why we're doing what we're doing. And thanks to you and people like you that support our event, understand why sport is so important for everyone to be able to play. So if somebody was listening and watching, and you're a CEO, you've got the ability to change lives like that, what would you say about why it's important to help Special Olympics?
Because, you know, human potential is all we have in our lives, right? It's what it is that we do for each other, and we can help people be their best selves. And Special Olympics has been doing that forever, right? And your ability to do this fundraiser and to help augment that is just, it's phenomenal. You know, my company sponsors sensory safe suites for individuals with autism and other disabilities. And we now have them in 4 ballparks. not just, the one that we started with. And we get letters every week from parents who say, I couldn't go to a ball game because there was no place that my son or daughter felt comfortable. So the actual participation as a spectator is important as well, but nothing like playing ball, and which is what you're helping these kids to do.
We love to play ball. I know you're a huge Yankees fan. Explain to people that may not understand what a sensory suite is.
So when you bring a child, especially a child with autism, but not just autism, but with autism, the sounds of the ballpark, the smells, all those pieces sometimes make them very irritable and unable to stay and view a game or participate in that space. So we have made suites in the stadium that are protective of their sensory issues. So they can wear headphones, they can play certain things, they can do things that they feel comfortable doing, while the other members of their family can watch the game. Or they can watch the game, but they have the kinds of protections that they need to have. So it's the families are able to be together in that kind of environment, some for the first time.
Well, I think it's remarkable what you're doing. You're such an inspiration for so many different reasons. I know God put us in our paths together for a reason, and I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule to be able to help us with this event.
Well, Deb, I'm honored to be on the screen with you, honored to know you. And I just want to say that I have made a donation personally, but we have a little foundation, a family foundation, and I'd like to donate $1,000 from that foundation in honor of my mother, who we lost this year, who thought this was the coolest thing she's ever seen. So I'm really excited to be a part of this and to be more a part of this, and thank you.
Thank you. And since you listened to Coach K's interview, you know he gave me a number of 5 under or over for cries. I think I've already reached it today. I will say a prayer for your mom and for you, and
thank you.
Thank you so much on behalf of South Carolina Special Olympics and all the states that are participating with us. We thank you for your leadership in that space to help people that have a little extra or something else. And thank you so much for your donation.
Okay, well, good luck to you for the rest of the night. I'll be watching.
All right, Dr. Fallon.
Okay.
Thanks, Joan.
Congratulations.
We're going to hit it out of the park.
Absolutely. And congratulations to Frankie and to the whole family. It's a great, great accomplishment.
Thank you so much. You're a champion, and we're so
Bye-bye.
glad to be aligned with you.
Yes.
Wow, Dr. Fallon, I mean, she supported this event from the very beginning. She's always been there on my side to be able to cheer me on or give me a hard time when I needed it, but I'm so grateful to have friends like her that are such incredible leaders that inspire me to try to do more, because that's what she does every day. Okay, so up next, real treat. One of the great people in college basketball. He is the head coach at Auburn University. He is a great friend. I have known Bruce Pearl since way back, decades ago, and have followed his career and have had the luxury of getting to call some of his games. Here's Coach Pearl.
I'm so excited to have Bruce Pearl, the head coach of Auburn, on our live stream. When I think of Coach Pearl, the best way I can describe him is this. It's like juggling balls in the air constantly. I don't know anybody who is more active, more involved, more energetic in practice. People think he's energetic on the sidelines. Bruce, thank you so much for being with us. We love having you a part of our event.
Well, Dave, it's great to be with you. It's great to be part of the event. Yeah, and my management style is simply taking 20 pounds of potatoes, stuff them in a 10-pound bag every day. And so as a result, some of those potatoes fall out. So that's kind of why I'm in there juggling so as to not drop one of them.
Coach, you just continue on a climb here with your program. I mean, it is absolutely fantastic to watch. You're so invested in the Auburn community and making a difference. We're so pleased that you would take time to be with us on Special Olympics. Kind of give us a little bit of your day-to-day right now. People don't understand how busy you are in May.
Yeah, look, it's a full-time job. Nobody's complaining. I used to work this hard when I was an assistant or when I was a Division II coach. And, Debbie, people look at look at coaches and they look at where we are right now in our careers, but they don't remember, you know, I was poor till I was 45, broke, you know, being an assistant, being a Division II head coach, even being a low major Division I coach, you know, and now you get to the pinnacle of your profession, and you're able to do something for yourself and your family. So we better work hard for what they're paying us, right? There's no bottom line there. And then you mentioned it, just what you're doing with nothing but net. To whom much is given, you know, much is expected. And, you know, what an opportunity you and I both have to be able to take advantage of our platforms and be able to do something that's important. And, you know, the support that you've been able to provide for these Special Olympics and for these incredible athletes is something that probably nobody appreciates more than those kids and their families. And so, man, I'm excited to watch you shoot again this year. What do you think? How are you shooting right now? How's your training going?
Well, it's going great. I'm doing 2-a-days right now, getting ready. The free throw burpee routine, you know, free throw burpee. That is significantly a game changer for me. It has helped me get ready. It makes, you know, it's like anything else. You want to have confidence, right? You need to put the reps in.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I need to have you come shoot free throws with some of my guys, right?
Hey, listen, I'm happy. You know, my street cred in the gym has gone up a little bit because of this event. I have to admit, you know, they know I can at least shoot it from 15. I don't know if I can make it from 3 anymore, but Bruce, when you talk about philanthropy, you have always had a giving heart. You mentioned that it wasn't until 45 that you actually had the blessings of being able to make enough money to share. I'm trying to emulate what you've done. I mean, how about that event you ran in Knoxville? You raised $1 million in one night. I mean, yeah. I'm looking at guys like you and I'm thinking, you don't have to do this. You get to do it. And it's a totally different attitude philanthropically.
Well, I mean, I think Debbie, as I've gotten older, and I just come to realize, look, it's not me, it's God utilizing me. I mean, that's all it is to it. And so, yeah, I mean, like the thing in Knoxville with Outlive, you know, Chris Lofton was a great player for us. And after an NCAA tournament game and a random drug test, we miraculously found out that he had testicular cancer. If he doesn't do that drug test, he's not one of the random ones picked. He may never find out. It may be stage 4 or 5 by the time he does find out. And then his life could have been in jeopardy. But he treated it, and yet he played that season through it. He outlived cancer. OUTLIVE. And that program raised a couple $1 million for the UT Medical Center in honor of Chris and his battle. And then we came to Auburn, and I said, man, this is just too good a program because, you know, the best way to outlive cancer is to detect it early. And so there's got to be an awareness campaign involved. And then, you know, for us with our Outlive campaign at Auburn, the first year I did it, we only raised $12,000 in its first year. Okay. This 7 years later, we're going to be giving, we've already done this. We've given out $250,000 to patients in the state of Alabama who are battling cancer, who can't go to work every day because they're sick from their chemo or are you know, had to miss some work. And so they're short on a mortgage payment. The money goes to patients that are in financial needs. And we're working with about 10 different hospitals and agencies throughout the state. That's making a difference. And I just feel like it's nothing that you and I don't need to be thanked for that. That's right. What we're supposed to do.
Right.
And that's what we do. But we can't do it without people contributing. We can't do it, you know, and then like right now, do we want the special needs coming on this podcast and asking for your support to Special Olympics? Is that what you want? Mm-hmm. Let Debbie do it. Let Debbie make the ask. But without people then accepting that and going, okay, I'm going to support these kids and I'm going to support your, can't do it. We couldn't raise $250,000 unless it was the Auburn family that said, you know what? How can I give $25 to some family that needs it? How can I do it? And we're going to give them big. We're going to give that big.
That's it, right? That's it. I mean, it's a grassroots effort of asking everyone in this event to give 1 penny for every free throw I make. That's 2,400 free throws. It's $24. everyone can find a way to help. And that $24 that someone may give to Special Olympics goes a long ways. As you know, in June is the National Games in Orlando. Every state will be sending a contingency, including Alabama, to Orlando for players to have the experience that you and I may take for granted, the experiences we get through sport. But when you get right down to it, Bruce, I've always respected the fact that you understand the value of play, the value of sport, and what it means from a grassroots level.
Yeah, no question. Debbie, what are the goals? What did you raise last year? What are you trying to raise this year?
So that's a great question, because I love to share this information. The first year we raised 85. The second year we raised 125. Last year we raised over 200. This is me, a little girl, 9 years old, who fell in love with the game, who has found a way to use my platform and to share our story about Frankie, you know, who has just graduated from college.
Awesome.
When he was born, no one ever thought a kid like Frankie, a young man living with Down syndrome, would ever be able to go to college. Yet he went to college. Not only did he graduate, he was in a fraternity. He played intramurals. He held a job. He went to class. He was a manager for women's basketball at Clemson. He had the full college experience, and he learned the life skills that go along with it. And Special Olympics has played a significant role in allowing him to have the confidence to be able to know that he can overcome, that he can take on a challenge, that, you know, he can fail, but he can figure out his mistakes and move forward. Isn't that, like, you're a parent, isn't that what we want for our kids? I mean, honestly, when it gets down to it, and that's where sport becomes the vehicle for us.
Yeah, no question. And we've got a program at Auburn called the Eagles program, and it's something very similar, and it's unbelievable how talented these kids are, but how much they really appreciate and recognize where they're at in this moment, and recognize, look, this is a great country, and anything is possible for everybody. I deal with student athletes, most of them of color. All right, there are going to be roadblocks, there are going to be detours, there are going to be challenges, but there are still opportunities for them to do anything they want to do. Yes, roadblocks. Yes, racism. Yes, profiling. Yes, challenges. Are you going to use that as an excuse? Well, I can't do it. Now, listen, man, that's on you, because you can do it. And what we're saying to these kids is you can do it. We recognize the roadblocks and the challenges and some of the things that you've got to go through. But you know what? You can graduate from Clemson. You can be a manager of the women's basketball team. Anything is possible, but you've got to be able to let them see a little bit of that light so that they can, have the confidence in themselves. Right. It's important as a coach that my players believe that I believe in them, because if I don't believe in them, it's hard for them to believe in themselves. And so that's why it's important that you believe in these young athletes.
Well, that's 100% true. And when you ask me about the goals, we've raised over $415,000 in 3 years. And in the next 2 years, I want to reach $1 million. And I'm going to shoot till my arm falls off, Bruce. I'm going to keep shooting until we reach $1 million. And I hope that this year we can get to 0.75. And then the next year we can get to $1 million. But I'd be happy to be at $1 million after this year. I'm so grateful for people like you that have had incredible blessings. I mean, look, you've earned every bit of that new big fat contract that you earned it. And I love your succession plan, because it's all a part of giving back. It's all a part of who you are. Bruce, the one other thing I want to mention to you is, we connected early on. I want to say, I don't even know how many years ago it was, but over our dear friend Pat Summit. I knew that you were at a whole other level based on your relationship with Pat, because Pat was a friend of mine as well. And I know how valuable that friendship was to her. And I know how valuable it was to you. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about people like Pat Summit or Kay Yell, my coach at NC State, because they all taught us the same thing that you're teaching your players. Giving is a skill. Giving is a skill. How are you teaching giving as a skill to your players?
Well, I mean, mostly by example. When guys come in, they got their own personal goals as to what they want to try to do. But if they would focus on something like being a great teammate and therefore giving as a teammate while they work on getting better themselves. It takes a lot of pressure off them. But if their focus is just all about themselves and all about their NBA and all about their shots and all, now look, you've got to go in there and put that work to make that happen. But if you bring somebody else along with you, you know, that's how obviously, you know, you have a great team. And then, you know, just as far as the giving is concerned, the best way to do it is simply by, you know, by giving by example, both, you know, for me, what I do with my family and our foundation, and not that we do it for the awards, but when it comes to community service here at Auburn, our Auburn men's basketball team does as much as anybody in this community. Again, to whom much is given, you know, much is expected. Along those lines, you know, Debbie, the number 18 is a we call it a sort of a high, and it's in Judaism it's a blessing. And so oftentimes, you know, we give gifts, and with 18 being part of that number. So I talked to my wife before we were going to do the podcast, and our family is very blessed and very honored. We're going to donate $1,800 to Nothing But Net, and it's just going to help you kind of get there. But it's significant to me, and I know it is to you guys as well.
Well, Bruce, I humbly thank you. I'm so grateful that.
Well, you can't ask others to do something you're not willing to do yourself, right? You and I can't ask people to do things unless we're willing to do things ourselves. That's how you lead, and that's how you just do the best you can to be that example. And you know what? God's going to bless it now. Come on. I mean, you don't do it for the blessing, but I'm telling you, Debbie, the more that I have given and the more that I've blessed others, the more that I've been blessed beyond what I deserve. And that's just been fact. And I'm going to do it without the blessing if I can. That's the most important thing. You'll try to do it quietly sometimes, but you know what? It's hard because we want to encourage others to do it as well.
Well, and I think that's the spirit of it, right? It's not about us. It's about what we can do for others. And you emulate that every day, Bruce, with your program. I'm so honored that you took the time. I am so grateful for your $1,800. That is great. 18, the number 18. I'll be thinking about that number every time in my 100 shots on the top of the hour. That's going to be my special number, and I'm going to be thinking about you. And I appreciate you and your family so much for your generous contribution to Special Olympics.
Well, appreciate what you're doing, and I know it's going to be a magnificent day. And I'll look forward to getting you back on some of those SEC games. I thought you got promoted a couple years ago. We had you in a lot of games, and all of a sudden I saw you in all the big ACC games. I said, well, obviously, you know, ESPN must have think that's a promotion.
Well, I tell you what, it is an honor to be able to call games that involve your team because of the preparation, because of the offense, because of the Auburn Arena, which is just unbelievable. I mean, I've been in Cameron many times for Coach K games, especially the last 3 games of his career in Cameron, and the crazies are on top of you, right? Well, if people haven't been to Auburn, they don't realize that is just the same way. Your student section, because they love you, Bruce, because of what you've done, how you've turned that whole program around. It's amazing. And I'm so grateful that you are part of our event.
Well, great to be with you, and wish you nothing but the best. War Eagle.
Believe that. I mean, $1,800, Coach. Thank you so much. So generous of you and your family to share your time, your talent, and your treasure to make a difference for Special Olympics. So I'm so grateful for that. Okay, next is my buddy, my partner in crime on the air sometimes, is my guy, Carter Blackburn. Carter, you're looking good, dude.
Hey, thank you, Debbie. You know, I'm coming to you from the live music capital of the world, as we like to call it, Austin, Texas. So I dressed up. It's Saturday night in the live music capital of the world.
Carter, we are looking forward to your tunes, your blends, and your overall spirit right here on 24 Hours of Nothing But Net. So
I have to thank Bruce Pearl for opening up for me.
That's a good opening act, right?
Great opening act. Great opening act. So yeah, I'm gonna gig a little bit. So while Debbie continues to raise money and shoot till her arm falls off. Now, where are we presently at? What's the present update, Debbie?
We are over $123,000.
Excellent.
We're very excited, and you're going to help us raise that bar a little higher. So thank you, Carter.
Okay, well, great. Well, then here's what we like to do in Austin, Texas. We like to sit around and play guitar, and mostly country music guitar. And you can't play no country songs unless you play no Hank Williams songs. So I'm gonna get it started with a Hank Williams song right here.
Love it.
Well,
Absolutely. The floor is yours, my friend.
Told my pa I'm going stepping out. I got them honky tonk blues. Oh yeah, them honky tonk blues. Oh Lord, I've got 'em. I got those honky tonk blues. I went to the dance, I wore out my shoes. Woke up this morning wishing I could lose them jumping honky tonk blues. Oh yeah, them honky tonk blues. Oh Lord, I've got 'em. I got those honky tonk blues. I went into every joint in town. City life has really got me down. I got them honky tonk blues. Oh yeah, them honky tonk blues. Oh Lord, I've got 'em. I got those honky tonk blues. I'm gonna tuck my worries underneath my arm, scatter right back to my pappy's farm and lose these honky tonk blues. Honky tonk blues. Oh Lord, I've got 'em. I got those honky tonk blues. Oh Lord, I've got 'em. I got those honky tonk blues. Oh yeah, them honky tonk blues. That's a Hank Williams number. You know, around here we just celebrated a big birthday. This is my sparkling water. We celebrated the big birthday, number 89, for kind of the patron saint of Austin, the spiritual leader of Austin. So you can't get by without a Willie Nelson song. So here's a Willie Nelson song for Willie's 89th birthday. Well, hello there. It's been a long, long time. And how am I doing? I guess that I'm doing fine. Been so long now, it seems like it was only yesterday. Gee, ain't it funny how time slips away? How's your new love? I hope that he's doing fine. I heard you told him that you love him till the end of time. Now that's the same thing you told me. Seems like it was only yesterday. Gee, ain't it funny how time slips away? I gotta go now. Guess I'll be seeing you around. I don't know when though, never know when I'll be back in town. But remember what I tell you, in time you're gonna pay. Gee, ain't it funny how time slips away? Ain't it surprising how time slips away? Oh, and a little more Willie, a little more Waylon and Willie. Has anybody ever been to Lukenbach, Texas out there? It's kind of this little town. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a little bit more about Lukenbach, Texas, but first I'll play you this song. It's called Lukenbach, Texas. Only two things in life that make it worth living: guitars attuned good and firm, feeling women. I don't need my name in the marquee lights. Got my song, and I got you with me tonight. Maybe it's time we got back to the basics of love. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, Waylon and Willie and the boys. This successful life we're living's got us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. Between Hank Williams' paint songs and Newberry's train songs and Blue Eyes crying in the rain, out in Lukenbach, Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. So baby, let's sell your diamond ring, buy some boots and faded jeans and go away. This coat and tie's choking me, and in your high society cry all day. We've been so busy keeping up with the Jones, 4-car garage and we're still building on. Maybe it's time we got back to the basics of love. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, Waylon and Willie and the boys. This successful life we're living's got us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. Between Hank Williams' paint songs and Newberry's train songs and Blue Eyes crying in the rain, out in Lukenbach, Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. Here's the Willie verse. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, with Willie and Waylon and the boys. This successful life we're living's got us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. Between Hank Williams' paint songs and Jerry Jeff's train songs and Blue Eyes crying in the rain, out in Lukenbach, Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. Big finish now, everybody sing. Out in Lukenbach, Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. All right, now, okay, all right. Now I got a story about Lukenbach, Texas that I think this crowd is uniquely qualified to understand. So Lukenbach, Texas is a little bitty town, kind of a ghost town, old German town in Texas out west of Austin, near my hometown. And Jerry Jeff, who Willie mentions in that song, Jerry Jeff and Willie and Guy Clark and these guys in the 70s used to go out and hang out in Lukenbach and just hang out with this old guy named Hondo Crouch, and it became kind of their thing, and they recorded albums, and it became like a special place. Well, Jerry Jeff passed away last October, and they were finally able to hold his memorial service in June, in Luckenbach, Texas, and I just happened to be driving by. It was a very exclusive event, and credentials, tickets, you just couldn't get in. You just couldn't walk in the door. Except that when I drove through Luckenbach, I noticed that the musicians had lanyards that were yellow. And I reached into the back seat of my truck and pulled out my March Madness credential, which was yellow. And I pulled out my guitar and I parked my Chevy Silverado pickup truck right where the musicians would park and put on my lanyard that looked like a musician lanyard and said hello to the few of the musicians that I did in fact know. Then just dropped the tailgate and started playing my guitar so that when Ramblin' Jack Elliott and Emmylou Harris and Steve Earle and Rodney Crowell and Jimmy Buffett all came rolling in for the event, it was actually me on the back of the Chevy Silverado playing, greeting them. So the little head nod I got from Jimmy Buffett in acknowledgement that I was keeping some kind of troubadour tradition alive by sitting on my tailgate playing guitar at Jerry Jeff's memorial service. And I'll have you know, by the end of the night, Jerry Jeff's son Django was laughing his fanny off that I had used my March Madness credential to get into the Jerry Jeff Walker Memorial Celebration in Luckenbach. So with that said, I want to play a Jerry Jeff song that's kind of a special one. So this is kind of a memorial for Jerry Jeff right here. And Jerry Jeff Walker song. Then maybe I'll play one of mine. Suzanne, you are a jewel, about the rarest I've ever seen. I wish I could polish off all the edges of my craziest dreams. You always pick the winner in every derby race. I guess you just picked on me for a little bit of change of pace. It must have been one hell of a starry night. Yeah, the moon was so bright, guess it must have knocked out all of our lights. Guess that's the night that you fell for my silvery line. You know the way I am, there's nothing you can do. Anything you don't want me to do, I said go ahead and tell me to. Go on, shake your hair, let it loose. Run till you catch the wind. I'll be standing right in front of you, trying to reel myself in. It must have been one hell of a starry night. Yeah, the moon was so bright, guess it must have knocked out all of our lights. Guess that's the night that you fell for my silvery line. It must have been one hell of a starry night. Yeah, the moon was so bright, guess it must have knocked out all of our lights. Guess that's the night that you fell for my silvery line. Yeah, I guess that's the night that you fell for my silvery line. Suzanne, you are a jewel, about the rarest I've ever seen. I wish I could polish off all the edges of my craziest dream. All right. Well, I tell you what, we better keep things on time Debbie, you got the top of the hour. I don't wanna overextend my welcome here. You I tell you what. I'll play one more song. How's that sound? I'll play one more song, and this one is kind of an anthem. I didn't write this song. I did not write this song. This song is not even a country song. But I think it's kind of an anthem for today's day and age. I'm gonna play one more song. I don't want to run over time. We got that top of the hour, but this is kind of a yeah. I think we'll all identify with this song. You can tell where I use my walk that I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Women loud, women warm. I'm a gambling man since I was born. It's alright, it's okay. We can look the other way. We can try to understand New York Times effect on man. Whether your mother, whether your brother, we're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city's quaking and everybody's shaking. We're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. I'm staying alive. Somebody help me. Somebody help me, yeah. Wings of heaven on my feet. I'm a dancing man, I can't be beat. I get low, I get high. If I can't get either, I really try. It's alright, it's okay. We can't look the other way. We can try, understand New York Times effect on man. Whether your mother, whether your brother, we're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city quaking and everybody shaking. We're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. I'm staying alive. Somebody help me. Somebody help me, yeah. I'm staying alive. I'm staying alive. I'm staying
Carter, I love you. You are the best. You are so good.
You're the best, Debbie. Love you.
Thank you so much for lending time and your talents and helping us out again this year. Awesome.
Hey, congratulations to Frankie and keep it up. Happy to be a part, happy to contribute in any way, financially and musically, in any which way.
You're the best. Count on it next year. Just go ahead and schedule it in right now.
Much love.
Right. Thanks, Carter. Be well, my friend. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lida Lyric Jones. I'm here at UNC Asheville getting ready to make 100 free throws in an hour for Debbie Antonelli's Nothing But Net. Please log on to the link below. All proceeds go to support the Special Olympics of North Carolina.
You wear that smile in a different way, but it's still you. Nobody's perfect, I know, but boy, you come so close. I'm so sure of it every time I get closer to you. You hold my hand, I can hardly breathe. We're only inches away. Even though you're right in front of me, you're still too far away.
Jones, oh my goodness, she is awesome. We're so grateful for her and all the people at UNC Asheville that took the time to shoot with us to help us raise some money for Special Olympics. We are $123,800 once again. The number goes back up. We're so thrilled that you all are with us to help us raise some money for Special Olympics. Okay, we're ready, guys? Okay, I'm good, Joe. Who's got the